Good morning, everybody. Thanks, Seacraft. Hey, Jen, what's up? Let's see what futures are doing. Pulling up a little bit. VIX is at 1841 in the pre-market. Dixie's at 106.63. USD JPY at 149.80. The middle range of the yield curve's up like 150 BPS between the 2 and the 10-year. And then the 20 and the 30 are floating around 100. Looks like we're going to open just around 42.80. Probably on the positive side of charm. Well, that didn't help when it moved the thing. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So nice little sell-off. Don't need that. NASDAQ is still positive on the day, which is annoying as fuck. Well, I guess not anymore. I just lost it. But I expect that any pumps or any upside are probably going to come from the Mag 7. Tesla missed on deliveries this morning because they suck. I tried, but ultimately failed, much like my port. Noted, Seacraft. VIX is Greg, VIX in double backward. That's just backwardation. It's not double backwardation. There's no such thing as you can't double stamp a triple stamp. How are they going to spin Tesla's miss? It's bullish. I don't know if they can. That's pretty bad, given that analysts revised Tesla down. Tesla's deliveries down like 3 times from the initial like 47. I think initially it was like 47.77, and they finished revising it down this morning to 450. 1 second. I think numbers came in at like 40 or 430,000. Are we gonna have 100 BPS day? I think most of the day is gonna be pretty choppy. Um, it's cool that we pulled back towards like Friday's close going into open, but there's still like a lot of leftover calls on the chain from this morning's pump. I'm sure we haven't finished seeing the upside of 4,300. We have Powell's speech at 11. We have ISM and PMI data All of those are going to play some role today. But I think probably just continued de-risking. We probably won't move really hard on the indexes, like outside of our current trading range until Wednesday or Friday when we have the big labor data releases. They're not happy about the VIX. Yeah, I'd imagine not. Tesla said they were retooling factories for the Model 3 upgrade. They've announced previous third quarter factory shutdowns. That's the only positive spin. Yeah, but even their internal estimate was 455,000. So it's still a pretty hard mess. Looks like QQQ's just ripping. Interesting. Tesla's gonna fail. 243. I'd like to enter a position higher here. XPX pushing up. Is Apple a meme stock? A little less so. It's very liquid, so no. Google, Apple, straight up. Tech's getting pumped hard. They're going to try to recover their loss from this morning. I'll watch futures 43.25 here and see if this pushes up or rejects. That's going to be like the long-term resistance here. Where does SPX top out? 42.95? No. Could they could probably top out at like 4,300. There's some longer dated call interest that came in just above. Just above 4,300 at 4,330, although those might be sold. Yeah, I would say if they start buying calls again, we could probably see the upside top out around 43.15 or 43.20. But so far they haven't bought enough of those calls yet. And the only ones that are really sticking around are the 42.95s. VIX is getting absolutely curb stomped right now. Yeah, they hammered it a little bit. Nearing GME's bottom? Not necessarily. It could still go quite a bit lower. Could you please explain like I'm five this excerpt from Pickles Picks? The disagreement between real nominal yields and equities market. What is and how do we see this disagreement? You can look at the forward earnings yields of the S&P 500 versus the yield available on AAA, Triple B, or US Treasuries, and the spread between those yields. I'd love to buy SPX 4300Ps out of the money. That'd be cool. There's a little volume on futures coming in right now. Your SPX ranges were huge in Pickles picks. Yep. Yep. That's going to be a thing. We are deeply entrenched in negative gamma territory, and the market maker both buys the upside and sells the downside, which means the intraday ranges are going to pick up. Also, volatility is increasing. How many calls do I need to buy to make Siri pop? I don't know if you could buy enough to make it pop. Can you explain like I'm five? Why isn't my BBBYQ ticker moving? Yeah, they take advantage of the arbitrage, Bob. How long can we ignore the tech yield relation before it becomes totally ridiculous? Isn't it already totally ridiculous? Like, it's okay. QQQ just goes up with yields now. Is it millions or billions? What, the number of calls needed to make Siri pump? I mean, not notionally, it could be millions. Although the market maker is just gonna gobble up your spreads and then not hedge anything or hedge with synthetic liquidity, right? So until they cover the ETF shorting, it's probably not going to do anything amazing, and they probably already covered most of the ETF shorting between like 350 and $5. Is Tesla worth a straddle? Probably not. It's kind of in its bearish range right now. I wanted to open butterflies on it this morning, but they dumped the data in pre-market, which sucked for their deliveries. So I guess I'll see if it gets back to 250, and then I'll open a butterfly. Is Meta gonna drop finally as well? Not so far. It's up like 1.5% today. We'll see. Let's wait until the dispersion kind of blows out in the morning session here on all the big tech stocks, and once all the short calls start getting sold again, they may stop rallying. PMI soon, yeah, 945. Guess what? The pickles picks over the last few months have all been spreads. They haven't. Not at all. Also, anything that's a spread can be played directionally. You just take more risk. Good time to gobble up Campbell's. It's pretty cheap right now. Would Jimmy breaking a 52-week low be relevant? Probably not. I mean, it might drive some retail buying or something. Is the Nikkei Futs pump? Actually, Nikkei pumped on the back of the like Japanese economic data coming in pretty good last night. So I don't think the Nikkei pump was had anything to do with saving their positions. The futures pump was obviously just a bunch of buying that was unsupported due to the avoidance of the government shutdown, right? They said last night it kind of seemed like they were buying the news after doing nothing with the rumor. The spreads help the regards not lose all of their money. There you go, Bob. Look at you figuring shit out. But I mean, anything that's like a directional spread can be played with just options. Like you don't have to buy the hedge or sell the hedge, right? It's just riskier. My friend's husband's traveling for 3 weeks. She'll be eating Campbell's exclusively. Calls? That's weird. Are you... Was that your attempt at a sex joke? PMI 49.8. That doesn't sound very good. Oh, that's S&P PMI. No one gives a shit about that. We care about the ISM. So it's still contracting. How are they holding this market up with yields, currency, oil all rocketing? It's actually quite impressive. It really is. I made calls on Campbell's since consumption was going up. I thought you were going to make a bad cream soup joke about your friend's wife. That's on me. I have sick thoughts. We only care about USD JPY. I mean, it's not the only thing we care about, but it's something we care about. Dork, wake the fuck up. Where is he? There he is. Interesting. Good morning, Dork. It's coffee time. The market's going to do exciting shit today. Most of that's going to be trading in like a $30 range, but it'll probably do it a bunch of times. Ooh, are we gonna watch Papa Powell? She's too nice for me to be cross. Are you gonna use this opportunity to profess your love? Don't worry about it, Grimsy. You'll learn when you get older. Isn't no Powell's talking today, isn't he? Yeah. Powell speaks at 11 today. The market has a boys will be boys vibe. Probably, yeah. It's the last. Hmm. Yeah. I don't know. It's gotten better. JPAT reading to kindergartners today. I don't know, actually. I have no idea what JPAT's talking about today. How low can Jimmy go? RC recently bought at 22. Well, yeah, but we know he's an idiot. Is this just an indication that he's a poor evaluator of stocks? Any thoughts? His fucking original cost basis is basically nothing. I don't think he cares about buying at 22 or buying at 15. It's all averaging down, right? Agreed. We no longer say FDs, which is a huge win for the movement. Yeah. Speaking to small businesses in York, Pennsylvania. Wait, you are? Try working in an SME in the construction sector. It's like going 20 years back in time because 90% of your colleagues are 50-year-old men. The last bastion of misogyny. No, that's not true. Misogyny is everywhere. So with all of the Airbnbs being dumped, inventory coming online, and people losing their jobs, how fast could the housing market rocket down with faster price discovery with Zillow? How many fucking times did you say with? Three? Three in less than two sentences? Poorly constructed sentences, I might add. Faster than the historic precedent, Bob. Faster than the historic precedent. RC could be money rich, mind poor. Advisor whispers in JPA's ear as he reads to kindergartners, Sir, you ate it, just peg the end of the dollar. Oh, it'll be like that video from when Bush was reading to the kindergartners and they told him about 9/11. I watched Barbarian over the weekend, a horror movie set in an Airbnb. Bullish or bearish? I guess it depends on the type of person. Some people like the thrill. Potato Tom was here on Friday. Midsummer was not a horror movie. It's just fucking weird. It's just a weird movie. Nothing scary happens. It's not scary at all. It's just strange. Know the original Potato Tom? Oh, I have no idea. We're 15 cents away from a global meltdown, and no one knows it. Yeah. Why do you call Dork Mork? I don't, but there's a Mork Mork, and he's a mod. There's Mork, and then there's Dork. They're two different people. Sometimes I do get their names fucked up, but not often. Thoughts on bear call on NVIDIA? 460.65? It seems very far out of the money. Got 4 more minutes till we get more data. Oh, I hope construction spending's way down. That GME dip looks tempting. Yeah? I'd be more tempted at $9. Do you have cat puts? No. As markets go down the next year or so, is it safe to buy utility stocks or dividends, or will the underlying prices tank with the market? Utilities are already the second most shorted sector. So I would say that the prices are already down pretty hard. They could go down further, but probably not substantially. If PMI data is bearish, are you buying 2D puts? Maybe. Maybe. No, not HE. You're not actively investing in companies that are going to go bankrupt to save your portfolio from a recession or have the potential to go bankrupt, right? Jesus fucking Christ. I need more caffeine. This is too early for this shit. As long as the utilities you invest in don't burn down an island, that's usually helpful. Say that to Rev and Bobby. Don't put me anywhere near Bobby's bullshit. I got the fuck out when it was up. Good morning. I hope your weekend was fun. Like the stream and Manscape on company time. Nice. It's not going to feel any better later. I missed the member stream. Can you summarize in 10 words or less? Bear, bear, bear. Lots of bear. Might be bullish later on. Thanks for buying houses. Calls are so expensive. They're not particularly cheap. Neither are puts. That's because VIX is at 18, Tom. Are you neutral on HE? Yeah, pretty much. What are good alternatives for SCX to look at? There's XSP, there's SPY, there's like RSP. VOO, QQQ, those are all cheaper. Thanks, Popcorn. You've got me all week. Okay, I'll start ignoring you now then. Too early, too late for SPX puts this week? Probably a little early. I would wait and see how all this data plays out. There we go. ISM's in. Okay, so slight beat to the upside on manufacturing, but manufacturing employment also went up and is now expanding. Construction spending's down. New orders are up. And manufacturing prices are down. Okay. It's actually kind of a bullish print. How's J&J looking in the sub 155 range? I don't know. I stopped watching it after I made money on it. Well, looks like it's still heading down. Next resistance is like 53. And then 50. If it starts failing those, it could drop further. Hmm. 43.36. 43.10. Interesting. All right, let me see if I can find the Powell speech. That'll give us something to do for the early part of the day while this chops. Yeah. Does anybody have a link for Powell's speech today? Hold on. Let's see if I can find it. I know it's at 11. Is Tesla going green? It's getting close. If QQQ keeps pumping, it will. Help, my Cubs are trapped. Really? You bought you bought out of the money pits at the bottom? Interesting. Why are you looking for the link now? Because I wanted to get it set up. That way I can just click it when 11 o'clock rolls around and I don't have to fucking think about it. He's meeting with Harker. Hmm. Is who fucked by Blockbuster? Jimmy's looking like it's going to test the mid 14s. I mean, there's not a lot of ETF FTDs coming over the next few days, so it could go lower. New lows? Well, Tub finna squirt. It just moved hard. Let's see. What's Russell doing today? Probably not. No, I still have my long dated puts on Tesla. And I haven't opened the butterfly on it yet because it's nowhere near the level where I wanted to open the butterfly. It opened down at like 241. So looks like the tech pump's holding up SPX. Yeah. Yeah, if you bought the top of the market with a lower rate, you're a little less fucked. Or well, actually a lot less fucked. Is there a day with high FTDs for Fubo this week? I believe it's coming up. Hold on. There's a bunch of ETF FTDs for Fubo. On the 9th, next week. So if we bought the top of the housing market with a 3%, it looks like usual tech pump. I do remember when you asked if TUP was the one true stock. TUP's a good way to lose money. Yeah. I'm talking about an options position, not your stupid conspiracy theory, bravo. Sorry, is Hawaiian Electric fucked or a decent long hold? Well, if they're not fucked, it's probably a decent long hold. They could still be fucked. The point of bag holding GME, where it both feels like a bounce is coming, or RC going to announce a dissolution of the company? I don't think so. Should we be wary of irrational pumps today due to data coming in? Yeah, probably. Ralph Wiggum, welcome to Tillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Reversing the PMI pump so soon? I mean, it wasn't that great. Also, employment was up, which is not something that they want to see going into the end of this week. Because if the labor markets remain strong, Powell's going to raise rates again and fuck everybody. Got a dip before the rip, not I mean, dogs. That's correct, Heath Dill. Was GME finished? I don't know. Who gives a shit? It's near its prior lows. It could go a little further. I think there's downside resistances at like fuck, where are they? They're from February of 21. 1385 and 1175 are the next two targets. If it breaks before the Jan low, which, you know what, it already has. Yeah, it's already at the January low. So yeah, 1385 and 1175 are the next two to the downside. Jamie Dimon just sold 10 million of Vega. He's betting we go up. Are you talking about the collar? The collar is neutral. The fuck are you on about? If you want some good entertainment, read Our Economics whenever somebody posts an article about a recession. Are they super bullish? Is XRT out of reg show? I don't know. Check it. Probably not. That's the wrong date. No, it was on Friday. Let's believe in this too. Jamie Dimon says AI will definitely replace jobs. Says AI is doing most of the equity hedging for us. Nice. Can you explain the resistance at 15-ish? What resistance? At 1540? That was like the low from Jan, right? What do you think about taking a long-term call position on TLT, such as 100C for Jan 25 for only 420? Lots of theta for eventual recovery of treasuries when JPOW does get his way and breaks the economy. I mean, I'm long TLT into 2025, so I don't. I mean, obviously, I don't think it's such a bad idea. Dude, they're so fucking bullish. These people who ascribe to economics are saying things like economists have predicted 14 of the last 2 recessions. It's all our Wall Street bets all over again. TLT to go down before it goes up. Better entries moving forward, probably. Yeah. I'm short TLT until the end of this year, so do with that what you will. What do you expect from 14-year-olds, man? I mean, clearly they didn't get JPOW's Economics 101 reading list. Realistically, do you think GME ever goes back above 30? A run is usually around Gamma Max. Well, Gamma Max plus 10 to 15%. Also, Gamma Max is a floating point, right? It moves. So, I mean, you can't say definitively right now. Obviously, things on GME could change in a way where out of the money calls could be purchased once again, and that would raise Gamma Max. We're just we're not seeing that over the last year. Are you straddling the JPOW speech? Kind of. I'm straddling it in the sense that I haven't closed my straddle from Friday. Butterfly time on Tesla? Is it there yet? Ooh. Yeah, maybe. Is it worth it still? Hold on. Yeah, that's still pretty decent, actually. So 14%. 16, 18% return. Ooh. Tesla's just bouncing because QQQ is being pumped. That's on lending stocks when rates increase in November. I mean, I think most lending stocks are fucked given the credit crunch that's coming up. Like I don't think credit conditions are gonna improve. So Upstart probably more affected by that than Affirm, but I already think Affirm's a shitty company. I don't think the bill auction for the 3 and 6 month later are very important. It's hard to imagine what would make people buy calls on GME. RC became CEO and sent the most bearish email I've ever seen. Any idea what Powell's speaking on today? No, because I can't find the fucking. It's a round table in York, Pennsylvania with like laborers. It's probably just more bullshit, but I can't find the fucking. Like, I can't find like a stream for it or anything. What is going on here? That's getting very fleshed out, Dork. Ooh. Was JPAT reading Go Dog Go to a kindergarten class? A potentially profitable company with $1 billion on the books, the PE ratio well below market valuations will cause people to buy over time. People have been buying over time. It's still overvalued. They don't make money. They have no cash flows. No one wants to buy a value stock with no cash flows and no dividend. Just because they're sitting on a bunch of cash doesn't mean they're doing anything with it, right? That's like the definition of a value trap. No, I don't like deer very much. I could take a look at it, but definitely not my favorite. It looks kind of shitty. It's not really a resistance at all here. Resistance is at like 65. If it broke through that, then yeah, I could move down to like sub 50 or even 330. Pre-2011 TLT prices, any indicator of how much we could go down? Or is it less valid because it's an ETF? The prices on it are still valid. Although the price of the bonds could go up significantly more if yields were to drop rapidly. It's a dead retail store that's just jumped through extra hoops to die. I mean, I know, but yeah. How's SPXOI looking? I feel like they're buying calls on every single drop to pump this up. Mostly, yeah. They definitely don't want it falling into negative charm territory because it becomes very difficult for them to de-risk anything at that point. We're at negative 4.4% right now. Um, ooh. Hold on. That's kind of spicy. VIX correlation jumped 3% this week so far. Huh. That's kind of frightening. Yeah, the vol it's getting very tight. Explain like I'm for if that inverts, then people are encouraged to go long vol, long bonds. Well, I guess long bonds and then long vol. 150 bips, the sign of a healthy market. No. SRF, decent entry. Um, Fuck, man, shit's getting crazy today. The fuck are these spreads? Huh. Damn it. Are you trading this intraday action yet, or just waiting for an entry? Uh, Not really trading anything. I have my straddle from Friday still that I haven't closed out of. There's been a bunch of fixie calls. Let's ride. Nice. Why is my gut telling me SPX is about to break down? My brain is telling me up. Gut is telling me downs. Whatever will you do? What does it seem like there's a wet blanket over the whole market? Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Is the term operational sorting what it sounds like? Are there more positions to de-risk, or can this fall today? Oh, there's a lot more positions to de-risk, but that doesn't mean this can't fail. Negative charm kicks in below 4280. Yep. Actually, I think we're already in. Well, yeah, across the whole chain. Yeah. Check out CSP Premium on GME. Does it look odd to you towards the end of October? If by odd you mean not very good, then yeah. No text, no webcast. Fantastic. That's what I love to hear. Paper trading in WeBull is goated. I've never tried it. It looks stupid. And everything's really tiny. Powell roundtable with hawkers being streamed on the CNBC YouTube channel at 11. Can you send me the link? Thank you, NW. Fed Bowman says remains willing to support rate increases at a future meeting if data indicates progress on inflation is stalled or too slow to return it to 2% in a timely way. Are they having closed door meetings to figure out how to pay us? Hmm. You seem more bullish than bearish based on your 1 hour chart from last night. Specifically today, not bullish overall. Uh, Mostly because they have the opportunity to de-risk more, and look how look how much they're defending negative charm, right? I'm not saying that they're winning here, but they're really, really trying. No more data drops today, but we have 4 Fed speeches. We have Powell, then we have Barr, Williams, and well, Powell, Harker. I guess Harker is at the same time as Powell because they're speaking together. But then Barr and Williams also during market hours today, and then Mester after market today. And then tomorrow's Jolts, so tomorrow will be the first big, really big data for the week. Is Tesla gonna climb out of this? It kind of has, right? It's just trading flat on Friday now. I don't think it'll stay at 250 for long, but why did you say that? Now AJ's gonna lose money on bull puts. He's gonna lose money on something. What does it matter what he loses money on? How much theta do you think would be advisable for straddling jolts? I don't know if you need a lot. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck is going on with VIX? Is this fucking thing gonna fill or what? Jesus Christ. Options data glitching? Yeah, I can kind of see that. What the fuck is going on? Well, that's fun. Did they fill my credit spreads though? Like, futures hasn't even retested the low for today. Everything's fine. This is this is different. Yield curve broke negative 44. Someone fucked up. Yeah, but they're gonna fix it, don't worry. Options data's borked. Something weird just happened with my Vega plays. It went from 2.3K per contract to $70. Yeah, VIX flash crashed. Bobby Q was scheduled to MOASS at that time. Oh, this is fucking bullshit. CMPS? It looks like it's getting shorted down. Or sell off. I don't know. Did they have some kind of news or something? There's resistance at 699. Below that, like 650. So I'd look there for turnarounds. Well, let me cancel my order or modify it. But it's also not filling. SCX vertical. Okay. What the fuck? No news? Okay. It could just be someone selling. It looks like spreads got blown out. What the fuck is going on with options pricing data? Ghosts in the machine. Can anyone submit stream cards? Yeah, in the Louvre thread and shit posting. There's a format for them. I think Jape has SPX VIX alert set to hit his beeper, then just chuckles when he sees everything burning. Maybe. Have you tried restarting the market? I mean, I refreshed WeBull. It's about the best I can do. Okay, just because USD JPY hits 150, like that's their target, the beginning of their target range for open market action, right? It doesn't mean they're gonna immediately start, shorting the dollar. But futures look pretty chill right now. And that's a different data exchange, so I'd imagine whatever's going on with CBOE will resolve quickly. Is that what's gonna happen if we stand our negative charm too long? Everything just breaks? Uh, I mean, the market maker's selling the flat tape. Last time it was breached, the reaction was immediate. Yeah. What's a way to long JPY USD? There's ETFs. I assume you meant to write ETF and not ETC. There's FXY is a pretty liquid one. You can use Forex, but there's no centralized exchange. You can use futures. What does that mean when you say selling the flat tape? If nothing happens, right? Like if you have a candle that opens and closes 0%, the market maker is selling. So they're selling as theta decays across the whole chain, right? So they are basically selling with the passage of time, irrelevant to the price. Although if the price were to drop more, they'd be selling even more with the passage of time. Do people not realize we're gonna get like a dozen headlines to the Japan Ministry of Finance? We're watching the FX markets intensely. Yeah, they don't remember December. It's been too long. Can I use Nancy Pelosi to trade? Maybe. No problem, BJ. Where's my Dillionaire song? I told you to get fucked already. You can't sign up for Dillionaires for 15 days after abandoning me for a year and then expect to get 2 Dillionaire songs in 2 weeks. Unbelievable. Two weeks is my second month. You don't get one every month. That's not how this works. You get a member thing. Pelosi is collateral, same like using GPU chips as collateral. Interesting. Like a Pelosi backed margin account. What the member thing then? I renewed yesterday. I don't know where it is. It should be in the little chat bubble. The spread between S&P and equal weight is around 90 BPS. It's really high. Jesus, RSP is like crashing today. What the fuck? I really hope they cancel my spread order then. It won't let me modify it, Dork. How much game can a GameStop stop if a GameStop could stop games? I don't know. Go to a bar and tell girls that you own GameStop. See how far it gets you. It's an easy as this guy who's demanding 2 songs. Thank you, holla back at you. Exactly. 6 pots, this old thing. Yeah, see, even 6 pots, Cornishon for 8 months, has the ability to use his free super chats at him. What's the contact for Dillionaire customer service? It's 1-800 go fuck yourself. I don't know why everyone was so worried about Tesla auto delivery numbers. It's not like they're a car company or anything. It's just in China's boats 70 miles from Taiwan. It's going to voicemail. What does mine say? What does your what say? 20-year about to top 5%. Bullish. Are they gonna let me fucking modify or cancel this goddamn order? No, it doesn't have an ongoing fucking modification. Stupid fucks. Fix your clearinghouse, you piece of shit. Why is everything breaking? Is it Black Monday? It is Monday. HE at 1 month support. If no news, can this go lower? Or is this pretty much the bottom? Do shorts need to keep shorting to keep this inflated ball underneath water? I mean, it could just stay flat, right? And they can cover their shorts over time. There's no buy pressure. So it's not like anything's pushing the shorts out right now. I feel like this is the meme with the Cheeto holding the latch on the door. You'll have to get sassy on the phone to them, like that car dealer that time. I'm not answering any customer service phone call. There's no promise of customer service. I sent you some fun DMs. Oh shit, sorry. Yeah, but is that just like it looks really cool, but is that just because data's completely fucked? Also, are they gonna wait till the market drops 50 BPS for before filling my fucking spread? Or letting me cancel it? Oh, that's interesting. Todd needs to get his shit in order. Oh, now they fill. Oh, they canceled. Fuck yes. Excellent. Everything's getting better. JPOW fucking the market in 30 seconds. Nice. Hmm. Are they gonna follow JPOW and Hawker on their walk around York, Pennsylvania? I don't know. It starts in now? Yeah, I've got the video. It just hasn't started yet. Hmm. JPO about to send the market. We'll see. Oh, here we go. Hold on. You guys missed the most epic zoom in on JPO's face I've ever seen. He's already checking his watch. Oh, he lost his fucking tie? No, there's sound. There's just they're not picking anything up right now. Yeah, the sound's on. It's there's just nothing playing yet. Thanks for coming to this reading of One Fish, Two Fish on such short notice. I can faintly hear someone talking 60 feet away from the microphones right now. Now he's doodling. This woman is talking. There's just no fucking audio. Oh, there's one channel. They got one channel of audio going. She said something about a chair. You'd think see it. Ah, oh, fuck. Jesus Christ. Fire him now. Right the fuck now. Nope. His mic kind of works, or he's just a loud man. We had a couple seconds of subtitles there. I'm really afraid to have the sound up. This guy's chortling the balls of the Fed president right now. Oh, thank you guys. You've been so impactful in the lives of the workers of York, Pennsylvania. Blah, 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 blah. Is this DRS finally working? They developed a 10-year economic action plan for their county. That's J Pow's son. No, I'm just kidding. But it'd be funny, right? He's actually that guy from Schitt's Creek. Kid Pow. This guy's got some nice curls. I'm talking about grants for small businesses. Oh, you guys have some subtitles, right? No, never mind. I lied. I hope this meeting ends with presented to you by NVIDIA AI sound whatever. That'd be funny. Apparently, J-Pow had an opportunity to meet someone named Tatiana. And they're creating a hospitality certificate program for all of the tourists that want to enjoy the beauty, arboreal beauty of York, Pennsylvania. I made that part up, but it sounded better than his initial tourism pitch. If he doesn't get the key to the city, it's an insult, and the Fed will have all of these people killed. Oh, guys, have you been to the Cultural Arts Center in York, Pennsylvania? It's apparently being funded heavily. This sounds like embezzlement to me. This guy's just describing 50 ways that they've embezzled money out of York County, Pennsylvania. He's not confessing, he's bragging. I see it's your... No. Fuck no. Okay, This is unwatchable. I don't... It's like such a beautiful coalescence of chaos, though, that I don't want to miss a second of it. Everything, she said everything affects everything. Something about childcare. Parents are forced out of the labor force. Oh, she's a CEO of some company. This sounds like give our workers more money, we don't want to pay them, like the standard pitch. The Galleria Mall in York, Pennsylvania was the hot place to hang out from 1990 to 2002. I stole so many CDs from the Sam Goody. Babies are forced out during labor. Yeah, I know the 20-year hit 5%. I grew up in York, PA. It's a bit of a ghost town. Yeah, because you guys are fucking spending your money building cultural arts centers. I'm trying to attract tourists to the... What's the place with the sausages? Bob, whatever. It's probably the only restaurant in town. You guys have a Long John Silver's. I know that. It's not really just a Long John Silver's. It's like a Long John Silver A&W combo. Yeah, Bob Evans. I am seething right now. I can tell. Good morning, Gork. Same to Mork and Torque. Thank you for addressing us all individually. How has the data been this morning? time to re-enter puts yet, or is the market still settling down? Also, how is OI settling out this morning? OI seems to be mostly unchanged from market open, which I posted in the Discord already. There's still a call wall at 42.95 that I'd imagine at some point they'd like to get in the money. Once that gets in the money, we'll see if they try to pressure 4,300 or higher. But not a lot of changes. I think most of the market's waiting on the rest of the speeches to come in. And the manufacturing data came in a little positive. Not substantially, but I would say the negative outcome was that manufacturing labor is up, which is not something bulls want to see right now, because it means the Fed can do more because the labor market's remaining resilient.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much, Kevin. Delighted to be here today. Thanks so much for being with us. Public health conditions in York County are underfunded.
Okay, she's talking about public health conditions being underfunded.
Came through the pandemic, and I would say without our health systems across South Central Pennsylvania, we would have really been in tough shape in terms of public health. So the one health department in the county of York is in York City, and they have less than 5 employees working for them. So what less than that? Yeah, I think it might be 2 or 3. But and so what happened during the pandemic was that health
Did she just say that the hospital only has 3 employees?
community and fulfill those needs.
This is why I don't live in the fucking Midwest.
Open air testing sites, vaccination clinics being set up by health systems across our geography. At Wellspan, we within 4 to 6 hours built an online scan.
Puts are dangerous as fuck today. Yeah, if I bought puts today, I wouldn't buy them if they expiring today. That's close enough.
Wins Philadelphia and Harrisburg signing up because we were very quick to get that out. In addition to that, we opened multiple open air testing sites in the York.
They have 3 fucking employees at their hospital. Obviously, they're in the Midwest. It's not more in New York. It's nowhere near us. There's a gap. New Jersey's more New York than Pennsylvania. Also, they have like fields and Amish people. So Midwest.
Because it really takes a village during something like that. I will just
Geographically, you can get fucked.
healthcare in the county, certainly for our long-term care facilities, in those businesses, we are seeing, of course, the workforce issues, not just in healthcare systems, but in long-term
Girk has literally drawn a map showing the Midwest before. It's true.
long-term care in Pennsylvania. What we're seeing is, bed closures and decreased access. So that's been really tough because then patients can't, of course, get out of hospitals.
They all work at the GameStop warehouse now. No, they don't. I don't think anyone works there.
Site of care for them. So overall, I think public health in York County needs a boost. We have been talking about that as a county and with our elected officials to think about what policy solutions might be out there, but really want to make sure that we are all aware that health systems really carried that burden the last few years.
Girk's Midwest, literally everywhere that isn't New York City. That's not true. I don't think New England's part of the Midwest. I also don't consider like coastal Carolinas, Georgia, or Florida the Midwest. It's just everything not adjacent to an ocean is the Midwest. So if you don't have a coastal harbor, not Midwest.
And we focus on small to medium-sized manufacturers, of which there are 3,000 just in the National region here and 1,000.
I think about it more economically than geographically, right? Everything in here loses money.
The number one employer, the number one wages, and the number one contributor to GDP in York County.
Everything out here makes money.
On Manitech side, when we're working with manufacturers, we help them in sales and marketing process
And then there's Texas.
technology and workforce. We like to say we help them top
Alaska's part of Russia.
We have vehicles and motorcycles right now. So we have a few things that are involved in it. That diversified base provides some protection in downtimes, which is wonderful. And it helps maintain us, which is a fantastic place to be. But the other thing we've been doing.
My call's doing really well right now.
I think of this in terms of land, labor, and capital, that whole economic framework. And for the past 20 years, I would say that the labor has been the only constraint.
Yeah, are we gonna go above DN though, or is this just gonna fail?
With rising interest rates, there's certainly now constraints on the capital established in tax land as well.
I'm gonna hold on. I have a call right now, Derek. Well, several.
And the workforce we can talk about forever. There's many partners at this table that can get into that. I'll stay on that lane. But
Yeah, I see that.
my biggest concern in the region is we are lagging behind in the investment of advanced technologies, automation, CMMC. You kind of picked that industry 4.0, and we're a little bit behind in those investments. And I think that's problematic on multiple levels.
Okay, so we have a little room to keep running here.
They're going to drive productivity. Productivity drives
He's talking about productivity.
drives wages. So if you want to be able to have more career pathways that have pay scales that can afford healthcare and childcare and some of these other ancillary things, there's no doubt we need to have a highly productive workforce and a highly productive manufacturing sector.
He's saying that workers need to produce more if they want child and health care.
Part of that diversified base, I think, is a little bit of why not. There isn't an automotive industry or an industry cluster.
It's not fear. They knew they were going to mention Volcker like 10 times in the meeting, so they shut off the mic. I see.
And even with rising interest rates, there's almost always ROI on those investments. There's no doubt that the work is there, the return is there. It's just a matter of kind of stepping up. And look, I kind of believe we're potentially heading into kind of a post-Bretton Woods world. And
Yeah, I mean, GME didn't really hit lows. It barely went below like January's low. I don't think it's very significant.
competing on a worldwide stage. So historically, we made everything for hundreds of years, and that's phenomenal. And
Holy fuck shit. Ow. What was that? Was the guy like, I'm just gonna fucking try to turn this mic on? Fucking lizard people.
renaissance is occurring in the country. So we have a ton of success stories. I want those to be the norm across the sector, and I think the number one place we can get there, in spite of a higher cost of capital environment is making those investments in technologies that's going to drive productivity and drive your companies forward in the manufacturing sector. That's really my spiel on it, because I know Tom's got a lot to talk about.
No, don't laugh. Don't laugh.
Over to Tom.
Good morning, Tom Powelson. I'm Executive Director of the Manufacturers Association.
This guy's the only one with a fucking microphone?
We do cover what's called South Central Pennsylvania. We have about 450 members, which equates to about 100,000 employees that are part of those areas. So,
Dork,
as Bruce
I've
said,
got
this region is
perfectly crisp audio in the left channel,
perspective in manufacturing, but also in a
but none in the
as
right.
well. So we have a ton of Harley Davidsons,
Like room mic on the right channel,
Johnson Controls.
his mic on the
We
left.
also have billet industries that supplies the submarine industrial base, and Tooling Dynamics, which also supplies the green energy windmill sector. So not only is it industry diverse, we don't have any dominant industry here necessarily, but we also have a lot of different sizes of companies in that supply chain.
Your headphones are on backwards. It wouldn't matter, would it?
Where we were the hub of the electronic connectors industry in this region. And
All right. So futures testing 43.35.
spun out Phoenix
Let's see if we get the move into the upper part of the neutral range here on futures.
electronic connector companies in the globe are located in this region. You may all have also heard about the snack food capital of the world. That's a term we use around here, from Hanover through York, Lancaster, up into Reading, Pennsylvania. Campbell Snacks, Utz, the Hershey Company, Turkey Hill.
Headline: Fed is unsound, bears pounds.
Sector in this region, and it's weathered the pandemic and up and
A
down.
good romance starts with a good friendship. A bad romance starts with rah rah roma roma ma ga ga ooh la la.
Here in 1906, kind of in the early ages of the industrial sector.
Not poking my
One
face,
of the
big
founding
deal.
companies was York Manufacturing, which later became part of Johnson Controls, which is still here. We also were part of, from a historical factor, you'll see murals around the city about this, the York Plan, which was a plan around World War II that networked manufacturing, both underutilized capacity amongst manufacturers, idle machines, workforce, and pooled them together to bid on defense contracts. And that became a model for the rest of the U.S. when it was fighting World War II, as far as how do we organize our industrial capacity. So incredible history here. I should also note from a growth perspective, because we like to talk about the growth side, every year in this region, I think since the Great Recession, we've added jobs. I think it's like 10,000 jobs over the last 10 years. We've recovered the manufacturing jobs that we lost from the recent pandemic. We're growing in GDP, as Bruce had said as well. So a lot of good things to say. A couple of the other areas I think we'll touch on more. The labor issue is significant and problematic. Pennsylvania in general is a net exporter of population, so that's a severe problem. We're not sending our youth in high school to career and tech education like our competitor states are. We have about 6.4% of the students in career and tech ed. Our competitor states around us have 19% of those individuals in career and tech ed, which is critical to manufacturing and being successful. A couple other areas I wanted to mention, we kind of divided it up. I know supply chain comes up quite a bit, inflation. I think most of our companies have done well bouncing back on the supply chain issue. There are still some shortages out there. One of our companies mentioned about shortages of resin still. It's very difficult to get on a timely basis, but generally companies have adapted to that issue. Inflation is becoming a bigger and bigger problem for our manufacturers, especially our small and mid-size, which, as Bruce said, is the vast majority of our companies in this region. We have companies that are struggling to find working capital, affordable working capital, to make those investments. The price of automation is such that they cannot leverage affordable resources to invest in that automation, so that's a critical problem. Companies are also concerned about prices. Some of our small, mid-sized companies business we know that's virtually impossible to do that, so they're struggling to balance that out with their customers. So I would say generally there's a future positivity, but one of the things I keep hearing over and over is uncertainty, and where a lot of our small, mid-sized companies are looking at uncertainty, they're not investing as much. They've definitely slowed down in hiring, although skilled labor especially, is still a major problem. That has trickled down into some slower hiring and slower investment for the manufacturing sector, especially in our mid-sized and small companies. So lots of good news for South Central PA. We talked about compared to the state, this is a growing region overall, healthcare, manufacturing, other sectors. Especially manufacturing.
Futures rejected on the test.
We're highly diverse. There's lots of opportunity, lots of investment from companies still, even at this point. Hershey is just putting in a new multi-$100 million chocolate factory in the Hershey area.
No, at least on the initial test.
Headquarters for bus climate control down the road in York here. So those are still happening, but there has been a significant change of uncertainty that's happening in the marketplace. And, I guess one of the questions would be, how long can the companies survive these constant uncertain times? So the pandemic, the war in Europe, inflation, labor strife, price pressures, all those things keep coming and coming. And I'm just concerned that our companies at some point will pull back significantly if there's not kind of
Oh no, monopolies are
time
killing
where
smaller
tech
firms.
shops
Bullish.
maybe make those investments in automation. So that's,
Cannibalizing their
they've
revenue
done
streams,
very
you
well
mean?
and very resilient, especially in our region. But there is a point at which that kind of runs out, maybe getting to that point. So thank you for coming today. I look forward to talking more.
This is a great point for us to pause. I want to thank you all for your comments. Before we open up for questions, we're going to take a brief break and adjust our mics so that everyone can hear us. I apologize for the microphone issue. And so we're just going to stay in our seats, and then we'll open it up to questions from the chair, President.
All right, they're fixing the sound. I'm not gonna fall for that. No, I turned the sound way the fuck down. I don't want to get my eardrums blown out again. So we've kind of run into the put wall at 4,300 right now. We're at technical resistance on ES. A rejection here is highly probable, but call buying may lead to a continued push to the upside. Rejection picked up some momentum. This is on the 15. Let me move it to the 5 so you can see it a little better.
A very important federal designation as well.
Yeah, and based on kind of our regional partnerships and the region having a plan and working together, we were able to secure a $6.1 million project.
This feels like an episode of The Office.
Marine industrial base for South Central PA. We have Pennsylvania's the state with the most number of critical shipbuilders in the country. The Navy's identified.
It looks like they're
So they focused on
de-risking
Pennsylvania as a
4,300
way
when it
to,
goes in the money.
How can we increase production?
They may have a little.
In the Navy.
I don't think so, though. Not very
They've
much.
identified Pennsylvania to do that, applied some resources, and we were able to secure some workforce dollars to help focus on more machinists.
There's just big put walls
welders,
there, right?
Maintenance folks. And these are folks that will be training that are new to the industry. We're not going to be retraining existing folks. We need to bring that pool together to increase the number of folks that can get into the defense sector. So we just received that, so we'll be working on that as a region, leveraging our workforce assets, our local tech schools to do that. So it's an exciting thing based on the planning that worked.
So if I could follow up, on the planning, follow up with the chair asked, what's the secret sauce, right? Why does it work here and it doesn't work other places? You don't have to criticize us.
Jesus Christ. The 20 years...
Maybe. My wife's family's all Steelers fans from Pittsburgh, so you can criticize them.
The 20 years above 5%.
The chair's affiliation with the Washington Commanders.
No, we don't have
It's a rough morning. I think it sounds cliche or cheesy, but I think it's true. It is the partners and the people in this room and so many others that are putting that plan, to work. It's very much not a plan sitting on the shelf. I mean, it really is. Things like CARES came available, rescue funds came available. We've been able to procure, state and federal support for a variety of things. We didn't sit back and wait, for those funds to, dissipate or evaporate as they tend to do. Put them to good use right away. So I really do think it's the ability that we've had to align a lot of disparate parties and people and organizations, really for the kind of North Star that we've been after, which is just enhancing shared widespread prosperity in this community.
Just if I can echo that, so many smaller communities have really suffered from losing aspects of their manufacturing base, and you've kind of made it a centerpiece of your strategy not to let that happen. It seems to be working. I get it that there are many, many obstacles to that, but it's pretty striking that this can be really at the heart of what you're doing here.
Can I ask you to illuminate a little bit more granular and ask about the digital project that you mentioned, kind of broadband, and broadband is now kind of critical to work, critical to school. Can you talk a little bit about the gaps that exist in terms of broadband access in the region and how it's impacting the economy?
Sure. Thank you, Teresa. We're a county of 450,000 population, 900 square miles. So it's a pretty geographically large county, an hour drive, hour plus, county line to county line. In 2020, when we were doing our economic plan, CARES funding became available. We, with support of our county government, were able to do a countywide connectivity study to really lend data to anecdote, right? We know if you're driving around and you lose cell service or you're in a pocket where it doesn't necessarily have broadband, we were able to get real objective data. So there are absolutely pockets of York County and rural York County that are upwards of 70% without federally defined high-speed internet. And in York County, it's really twofold. It's
infrastructure in rural parts and its affordability and access in urban areas. So there are pockets in our York metro, in the city of York, or in Hanover Borough, where it's upwards of 50% don't have access to high-speed internet. So we've been trying to bridge the digital divide in York County, and again, through support with county government, through rescue and CARES funding, we've now have $27 million allocated. And in terms of a fun project that, you know, we didn't let sit on the shelf, we knew this existed, we did the county study with CARES funding, which was under a time crunch to spend. We opted to just build a middle mile network under a county asset, which is our Heritage Rail Trail. It's a 16-mile bike ped path that starts in the city and goes to the Maryland line. 40 years ago, the planners at the time buried conduit underneath it. It's a county park. It's owned by the county. We ran 16 miles of fiber underneath it, put up 2 wireless antennas, and are pushing out a free Wi-Fi signal. That was a proof of concept project that showed that we could do it. The county could own this asset. And now we're in a second phase where we're building out over 100 miles of middle mile fiber connecting parts of southern York County. So really, Hanover to the Susquehanna River, Route 30.
JPEG's just sitting there thinking, what am I doing here? Who are these people?
To then serve as an ISP to better connect homes and businesses. That tackles the rural element of it. The urban affordability and access still exists, and in that, our county government allocated $5 million to build a free basic need wireless network in the York Metro and the Hanover Metro area. That's underway, and that'll be up and running, you know, hopefully in 2024. So it's not the type of network that a resident in the city might stream multiple devices or binge watch on Netflix. But if you need telehealth, if you need a virtual meeting, if your child needs to do virtual learning, it's a resource. And so, again, credit to having an economic plan that said this existed, doing further study to lend objectivity to anecdote, and then having resources available and having a host of partners, community organizations, and elected leaders that said, let's invest this wisely.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, Kim, I was very curious about, you talked about one side of the equation on child care. Obviously, the demand is very large. But what's driving the cost? Some of it also is availability of labor. Can you speak to that? I mean, what we hear in other places is it's just hard to find child care workers.
The cost, again, for the individual families, everything is driving those costs, right? The cost for goods and services just to survive as a family is part of that. And for a family to decide what they are going to pay for, I think are some of those things that come into play. The cost to run an operation, obviously, is everything. I'll say the regulatory parts of it, staying compliant, having enough staff, the ratio, being mindful of making sure everyone is able and trained properly as well too. So we are very happy to be part of those sort of plans because childcare, you can't have manufacturing without having a means for the children or care for them as well too. So the leadership YCA to be inclusive with childcare is critical to this, and definitely thinking of those costs and those things that affect the family just to get by every day.
If this breaks below 4280, 60. 60 would be the next target.
I've often heard that childcare is the workforce behind the workforce, and I do think that's a true statement.
Indeed.
So thank you for those.
Why not just say children are the workforce behind the workforce?
Has any other comments? I'm going to turn it to President Harker.
Imagine Pennsylvania's economy if they brought back child coal miners.
Continue to talk about that.
The productivity
That has a
boost
dual mandate.
through the roof.
Stable prices, we're working on that, and maximum employment.
Yeah.
I think of that.
If you need your children babysat,
A different view, but
let them work.
obviously that
Let them earn their keep.
everyone who wants a job can get a job. But then the flip side of the
Then they learn real life skills,
wants to fill a job and find an employee.
and it subsidizes the cost of childcare.
So as we think about this and the kind of programs that are necessary to
The children yearn for the mines.
It really needs outreach. We need to bring more people off the sidelines into the economy, more people working that in jobs where they thought they probably couldn't work, right? Or they didn't have the skills to work. It's starting to get more people into the right places with the skill sets they need to have those fulfilling careers. And for the employers then to have those employees who want those fulfilling careers and have the skills. So, you know, we met with such a great person this morning, Tatiana, to my right, to talk about the program here, the hospitality training program, and how it really does meet that need of bringing people to the workforce. So I want to turn to you, Tatiana, and ask, how did you hear about it? And as you think about the program, you know, what challenges did you have in finding employment before the program? And what's happened since?
Hi, everybody. My name's Tatiana. So I heard about the John Lambert training program.
It's Tatiana.
It was a business program that I was doing through the YCA with Kevin and Suli. And that's kind of how I started doing the small business program, and then that's when I heard about the John Lambert program, which is a program that helps you, depending on which department that you're looking to go into. It could be either housekeeping or in the kitchen or front desk. It was a program to kind of help you start that journey on what to expect, what the employer is looking for. So I ended up taking each course that they had, so housekeeping, front desk, just kind of to get all those things under my belt. I knew it was something that I could take, you know, whether it not be here at the Yorktown, it's something that I could have under my belt or in my resume that could help me in the future as well. But I ended up doing this program, and I got my certificates for each program that they offered. And I really think that it helped me get my foot in the door. I don't think without those certificates that I got, I would have had the opportunity that I do now. So I started here because of the training program. I did my interviews, and I got my foot in the door. So I started here as a server in February. And I quickly worked my way up from everything. So I'm currently a manager, and I'm hoping to go into the sales and marketing department here with the hotel. And as far as any challenges, I was seeking employment, but I was kind of looking to also work for myself. That's why I got into.
Is it bullish that Tesla missed its delivery estimates and are probably wasting a lot of money on making a truck that only 5 people will buy? I don't think so.
Also applied to the hotel that didn't make it to an
I'm
interview.
not sharing
So I
my
think the
Coke
John
with
Lambert
her.
program definitely helped me start my way and my journey into the hotel. I don't think that without it I would, have the opportunity that I did today.
Damn, this has been wonderful range-locked volatility to trade scalp.
The program's named
I wish I
for an
wasn't
employee who worked
fucking counting boxes in a warehouse. Are you preparing the quarter's financial report?
What a great
Or just doing inventory?
his family and to the program. So let me turn to Keith. I mean, in your story at Harley.
So my name is Keith Forty, and I work with Harley Davidson. Been there just about a quarter of a century, which I find hard to believe. So about half
Of
the
course
time
you
I
do,
did
Keith.
work. But I was a part of a employment readiness program as well. And what I lacked when I took a look at this motorcycle maker in the sky that was here in York is I can't be part of it. What that program did for me was give me the skills that I needed, the knowledge that I needed, and I think most importantly, the confidence. And that's confidence in that knowledge, confidence
Your
in
confidence
skills,
is misplaced.
and just straight up confidence to sit in a room and talk to a panel of people, which that was the first time I had ever done that, a 5-panel interview, and have the confidence to tell them why I would be a good fit for their organization. And without that program or that availability to strengthen the workforce and make sure that they can align with what manufacturers need, which the group over here does a great job of making sure we're
I'm actually gonna run someone over with a forklift at this point. You have to push those urges down, Carl.
When we have that connection, that's where the magic happens.
You didn't show up on my algorithm on YouTube today. We must be close to squeezing. No sell, no sell. The price is not real. It's really low. The price is really low.
Yep.
Thank you for the opportunity to share. We welcome you to York. We're proud of our community. And before I jump into
Dude,
the
take
workforce,
off the
I just have
hat.
to
You're
say,
in a meeting. I mean,
that's
seriously,
probably one of
what the
things
fuck
I'm most
is?
proud about is the collaborative
Is it-
nature of everyone around this.
Did his
And
design?
it truly is what makes this community so strong. We're transcending the real partisan fault lines that can divide us. Eagles, Steelers, Ravens. Commanders. If we can get past that, we can do anything, right? But Harley, we have amazing training programs here at Yorktown. We've got community-based organizations in higher education and the business community. We were talking to President Harker before. What are the things that if a community can transcend, we can do some really great work? And it's getting past the two barriers of who gets the money and who gets the credit. And I think this community, I've been really proud around. It's not fighting for the money or the credit. It really is truly collaborative. I think, in talking about the workforce, I think the underlying element in the dual mandate that you all have is that full employment. And it's been well documented that one of the biggest barriers that we're facing right now, one of the key issues that most businesses are facing, both here in South Central Pennsylvania and across the country, is a lack of workforce, right? So as the CEO of the Workforce Development Board that serves an 8-county region here, which includes York, but also 7 other counties, it is our goal to invest in, evaluate, and advance high-impact workforce programs that drive economic mobility. We envision that this region can be a place where the opportunity for prosperity and growth exists for all people, both for job seekers and businesses. And so part of what we do as a workforce board is we're looking at those individuals who are on the sidelines, right? So let's carry the NFL metaphor a little bit, right? It's somebody who is not in the labor force. They're on the sidelines, they got their helmet, their pads ready to go, and they want to get into the game. So the workforce development.
Wait, why do you need a helmet and
our
pads
is to
for this
get those
job?
individuals the skills, knowledge, training, and education.
Is he making
into the
a
workforce
football
to be productive
metaphor?
members of our growing economic community? So what are some of the barriers that we see? As it's been well documented, the demographic droughts are difficult to reverse. An aging population across the
It's
country.
a warehouse
Low
job.
birth rates. Quick anecdote. This is my first day back from paternity leave. We just welcomed our 4th child a couple weeks ago.
Stop
So
fucking your wife without a condom.
we are doing our best to keep those birth rates as high as we possibly can, but it's going to take more than one family, right? So these are structural problems that are going to be challenging for us to navigate. So in a world in which there are structural limitations to the size of the workforce, that really is, not to borrow the term, but it's lower for longer in terms of the number of people in the workforce. How do we make that workforce more productive? And so the biggest barriers
People
that
with
we
birth
see,
kinks are
is that
so
really
weird
this
to
should be a
me.
golden
What is this
age
guy, like
for
Micro
workers to
Elon?
Consider that there are often more jobs available than there are available workforce. We're seeing that with rising wage pressure. This should be a golden age for workers. And so what is motivating workers both here in New York and
That's what he
across,
just said.
the
Yeah,
country?
exactly, Taco Squire. Stop talking about dumping loads in your wife in front of JPOW.
The ability to pivot. So pay. What are the wages and what are the opportunity occupations, such as manufacturing and healthcare, that will be able to support my family, right? The family-sustaining wages. So we use a lot of that family-sustaining wage in MIT's living wage data to say, are these opportunity occupations that will really help workers find pay? Pathways. For some of our higher education folks, if
JPOW gets rock hard when he hears about increased fertility rates.
That recent college graduate will need no more training, education, or professional development over the next 40 years of their career, right? 0, right? So we need the opportunity to build really strong pathways. One thing that includes is the agility to be able to move and be nimble as there are changes in the labor market. I was thinking about, Bruce and Tom, your comments about manufacturing, 4.0 industry. How much will manufacturing change over the next 5, 10, 15 years with AI, automation?
Next
robotics?
downside resistance
We
is
need
60, not
pathways
65.
With our higher education and post-secondary partners to be able to build the agility.
No, it's
into those
65.
pathways. And then purpose, right? Workers want to be a part of something bigger than to just be a cog in the wheel, right? I think about Harley and the incredible impact it's had on the community. So pay, pathways, purpose, and then that ability to pivot, right? To be able, over the next 40 years, to get the skills, knowledge, and ability to adapt with the changing times. two other real quick comments here is one of the things that we see is that and we've noticed this a barrier with workforce development is that there's this unfortunate dichotomy of either college or career, right? And we see this with higher education, I'm sure, seen this significantly, but even in parents and guardians, so this idea of my kid's going to college and that's the only pathway, right? It was 13th grade for me. That was just the next logical step. I didn't know there were other options. But I would like to say that if we as a community can look at that instead of college or career, it's college and, right? The ability to source a skilled talent workforce both through bachelor's degrees and in what we would call skilled through alternative routes, or STARS. And this is an acronym that Opportunity at Work, which is a great organization, has really piloted. The skilled through alternative routes, apprenticeships, on-the-job training, co-op programs, career and technical education. There are many ways that we need to build a skilled workforce in alternative routes from bachelor's degrees.
This guy's talking about what do workers want 3 days after I alt F4'd my job. Did someone just question one of your resistance lines? Ban them?
We need to
It was AJ. He's soft in the
Last thing I would
head.
say is we have some great industry partnership programs here. Tom and I have been working together for 7 or 8 years on a number of industry partnership programs, grant funded through the state, where we put employers at the center of the table, so to speak, and let employers drive the conversation around what they need, what's valuable, and what the skills, knowledge, and training is really valued in the market today. Then,
Nice,
the
Theta.
economic development,
Thank you,
workforce
Patrick
development,
Swayze.
higher education, respond
Roadhouse.
to a demand-driven approach. And I think that's a real best practice.
How did you
that we've
time
done a great
AJ
job
out for
here in
10
this region,
seconds?
and I
He's
think
not
we
even
should,
going to notice that.
across the country to put employers at the center instead of the train and hope that those graduates can perform in the market. It's putting those employers at the table and saying, this is where we need to invest.
Doesn't
So
4270
there's lot
pose a
there. I'm
resistance?
really excited.
Yeah.
I love your optimism, Bruce, about this region. My wife and I are transplants here. We moved here 12 years ago.
Stop talking about your
up
wife,
the
man.
road on 83 a little bit. This is home. This is a great place to live. It's a great place to work. It's a great place.
It's
to
like 4310 on
great
futures.
institutions, great
There's
businesses,
really not like a lot of put
low
interest
cost of living.
here though.
So the story of South Central Pennsylvania, I think.
So
will
like
be
its
a
importance as far as the SVX chain goes is
love
pretty
Pittsburgh,
irrelevant.
But what's happening here is really
On futures, it's moderately important. This is
yeah, absolutely. So,
roughly near
At this point, speaking of higher education,
where we bounced
and,
last
our friends at
Friday.
Barley, Demetra,
It's a little
David, and
lower.
Tom are going to talk a little bit about some of the ecosystem that we've built here. A great group of partners.
I think Friday our low was like 4311
So
on
is
ES.
driving this conversation.
And this bottomed out at 4305.
Davidson, York Final Vehicle Operations Plant. We actually just celebrated 50 years here in York. And so again, excited to be at the table and have these partnerships.
You
with
hear
the
or
various
watch this?
organizations.
It's actually funny how hard they're
Here in
trying.
2019,
Dude, the
so
10 years up
but
267
I found that York
BPS
is a
right
great
now.
place to live, work, and play, and a lot of it was that initial connection we made with York County Economic Alliance Council. So a few things that we've been able to partner with them for example, the job fairs. We participated in several of our job fairs at the York Revolution Stadium. We've been able to communicate that, again, Harley-Davidson, it's a brand name that everyone knows. We make the world's most desirable motorcycles. Everyone wants one, right? But a lot of people don't realize that some things we've done to respond to the market is you only have to have a high school diploma or GED or 1 year work experience anywhere. We will train you as a production technician employee. We have a 3-shift operation. Again, we run pretty much 24 hours. We're a union shop, so we have a lot of great opportunities. And through partnerships, we've been able to share those opportunities. With us not being the only manufacturer, as we said here, and a lot of competition, we found that working together, not only with the Manufacturing Association, Mantech, the local colleges, but also the Penn Airs, the Bus Climate Control, RHI Magnesita, we found that we all need the same thing. So how could we work together and be collaborative in offering those opportunities to our employees? At Harley, we found that a lot of us needed welders, for example, in this organization. So we've been able to partner with the Manufacturing Association, with York County School of Technology for the past 4 years. We've been sending our internal employees for free training because of that to be welders, and that's been a successful internal career development program for us. We've also been partnering with the Manufacturing Association on our maintenance apprenticeship program. That is another topic when we get together in a lot of our conversations with other manufacturers. We're all looking for these same skill sets. So we've been able to work together to move forward with that. I know when you were mentioning about, college isn't the only option. I laugh all the time because my father worked 30 years in manufacturing, retired from there, but college was the only opportunity he ever discussed with me. So once I got into manufacturing, I was like, Dad, you never told me manufacturing is a great career. It's something that I want to make sure that I share. So with my children, I was able to say, hey, this child, college was a fit, but this child, it wasn't. So we were able to talk through, and because of the partnerships I had, he was able to get his HVAC certification through the York County School of Technology Adult Education Program. So again, we have all of these great partnerships and opportunity. Another thing that with the Welcoming Workplace Initiative, that a lot of us were able to come together as partners to bring together conversations where you have these various organizations where we can talk about how York is a great place to work, live, and play. And it has become a consortium of conversation where you can get more information about making sure that your workplace is inclusive, there is belonging, and you have those other organizations that you can learn from. At Harley-Davidson, it's a part of our strategy that inclusive stakeholder management, it's who we are. But I'm still able to talk to a Pioneer, to Bus Control, RHI Magnesita, to find out what are they offering. And businesses of all sizes have that opportunity where we can collaborate through the Welcoming Workplace Initiative. Some of the barriers I'll just add that, again, has been a great partnership for us. Partnering with York County Economic Alliance, we currently have a child care survey that we're doing, and I work closely with the YWCA as well. And so that has been a challenge. I know WellSpan has the same challenges. When you have a 3-shift operation, 3rd shift child care is a big thing. And so we've been able to work together to try to figure out, okay, what can we find out what York needs as a community, and how can we work together to support it, because Harley-Davidson is a big name, but we can't do it by ourselves. So we need those partnerships. Same thing with transportation. That's another big one for us. We've been able to work to talk about what are some transportation options for our employees in the workforce.
Chairman Powell, President Harker, thanks for being with us. My name is Thomas Burns. I'm the president at York College of Pennsylvania, and I'm the newbie around the table. I just finished my 3rd month here, and so part of my role is to say that I'm here because York is a place where I felt I could thrive, and it's a community that's built on collaboration and cooperation. Everyone around this table has a connection to York College, and York College has a connection to everyone around this table. And it's lovely to be at a place that is interdependent and collaborative and cooperative. As Demetria said, part of what we all need to work on is the idea of attracting and retaining talent. And part of the higher education portfolio that David and I work in is really helping to attract people into our community, helping train them, and helping them stay here. So for the college, it starts with a program called YCOSP. It focuses on students who are at William Penn High School, which is here in New York City, and is an opportunity for, regardless of financial circumstances, chance for students to come to college with all their expenses covered. And it is meant to give them an opportunity to engage in higher education, if that's what they want to do, to change their potential and opportunities here in York, but also to change the pathway their families are on. And so it's a wonderful opportunity to bring people in and help them find their place and their purpose, and then help them develop skills and opportunities that will make this a richer workforce area. We're also engaged in working with the community to help identify data sources that can help the community make good decisions. So we have a Master's in Public Policy Administration, started recently because we recognized that the community itself had lots of data and lots of information, but didn't have a place to collect it and to gather it and to use it to make good decisions. And so part of our role as being sort of a politically agnostic entity is to help bring that data together and provide it to the decision makers so they can use it to make good decisions about their future. Of course, we're really interested in job placement and job development for our students, and so we spend a fair amount of time focusing on real practical, hands-on education at York College. So we're heavily invested in internships and co-ops and study abroad, and an opportunity that the Yorktown, where we are all meeting, has provided us as a community hotel was an opportunity for our students during the development, the construction, and
I don't know,
the
4265
operations
interest is
into those
picking up quite a
conversations
lot.
and have them sit with the people who do the work and do the business, learn alongside them, and then ultimately see this as a career opportunity for them. And so we have many graduates recently who have
So it's
gone to work at the
4250.
York
So we're
Campus
getting
part of that
zero
process.
DT put interest coming
Right
in.
outside these windows, you can look across the street and see the Gunter Smith Center for Community Engagement, named after my predecessor.
How the fuck did I manage to buy the
We
top
put
of GME
in
again?
the center of the city,
I
a
don't know.
location that brings together community organizations, nonprofits, provides training and conversation.
Almost at a
partners
futures
to help
test
make
of
sure that as a
4300.
community,
Very
We are
close.
discussing the important topics that matter to all of our success. And so these are conversations around group violence intervention and other opportunities where we can bring the shareholders, the stakeholders together, talk about the issue, and then develop solutions together, because together we're going to do this well. If we do it as a separate entity, it doesn't work. And so you've heard that around this table all morning. And then last but not least for us is the importance of taking the concept of career and professional development into the development opportunities. So the J.D. Brown Center for Entrepreneurship is our incubator for new entities who want to establish new businesses in the York County area, but then it transcends itself into a place that we've developed called the Knowledge Park. So the Knowledge Park is sort of the next step for those incubated companies where we've built a facility right next to the college where we bring in our business partners who want to work with the college faculty and college students and college staff to help create and develop new ideas that then can either form new companies, new jobs, new opportunities, but it serves as a second stage incubator. Our partners at WellSpan are also developing a production facility. They're a well-established company, but they need more space. So we can provide that space, but also an opportunity to collaborate with our scientists, our engineers, our communication specialists to develop training and opportunities for their faculty and their staff. And so what we see ourselves, David and I, are as places that can incubate, attract, retain, and develop new ideas. And I think David's going to spend a little time talking about the Launchbox program that Penn State York developed.
Thank you, Thomas. My name is David Christensen. I'm the Chancellor at Penn State York, and I welcome you here to the York community, Thomas. I look forward to working with you as a partner. Penn State University was founded in 1855, and in 1863 it took on a mission of being a land-grant university. What essentially that boils down to is it accepted the responsibility of driving economic prosperity.
265p and 250p
that has taken the form
going
of
up.
students in classes,
4265,
preparing a
4250.
workforce for the future. But a profound change took place about 9 years ago when a previous president, Eric Barron, created the mission of the Launchbox at Penn State
Bears
University.
are starting to
Launchbox
leverage
is
the
notion that
negative
we bring
charm.
Our expertise outside of our university community. and
I mean,
into
if they're going to
the
bounce it, they
surrounding
need to do it.
community, to engage with individuals who were
That doesn't
not
mean
Penn State
that they're going to be
students.
successful.
So he was very interested in tech transfer. It started, first of all, at University Park, but extended to all of the 20 Commonwealth campuses. We were the last campus of the 20 to get a Launchbox here at York, and that was just 2 years ago during COVID. So each of the launch boxes adapts to the local
There's a
needs
decent
its
number of
community.
calls
So,
coming
for
in at
instance,
70,
Erie, there's a
75.
focus on manufacturing, and so advanced manufacturing is the focus.
But
of
they're
their
still
Launchbox.
heavily
Here,
outweighted.
there was a rich ecosystem of entrepreneurial resources already. We felt the area that was most underserved was early stage entrepreneurship. So working with individuals on proof of concept, developing prototypes of products, proof of relevance, customer discovery, minimum viable products, and so on. This was before the Bloom Business Empowerment Center started, and it is a very similar mission, and we look forward to working with partners just like that. Oftentimes, we find individuals who are at a different stage of their entrepreneurial development, and we'll send them to the different resources in the area. One example that I could give you of work that has been done was, incidentally, a Penn State York business student.
Here's a little
an
push.
individual who wanted to create a bisexual dating app. There was Grindr, there was Tinder for other communities, but there was nothing for bisexual dating. So she came up with the idea of Binder, B-I-N-D-R. And you can actually download it right now if you want to. She came up with the idea. She worked with our Launchbox community, a couple faculty members who shared their expertise. We connected her with a local IT individual, and now they've created this app, and it's doing very well, and it's getting a lot of notice.
I don't want to appear insensitive here, but if you're bi, can't you just use all the apps?
This community of launch boxes throughout Penn State, throughout the community, we're a portal to other resources throughout the university. Now, you might be familiar with the Brookings Institute study a couple of years ago looking at technology transfer within Pennsylvania. And they looked at the universities, and they looked at the ratio of research expenditures and patents, and Penn State University was not performing very well. We do have $1 billion annually in research expenditures, but about 95% of that is located in a rural.
The dude in the hat in this room is off camera, but he probably just pulled his phone out to download that.
It's felt that we could be using the launch boxes as this connection to the greater university resources. The challenges we have is making that connections, because the launch box initiative, something new. We don't have the resources, we don't have the expertise of the faculty, but we need to figure out a way to make this system work.
Their user base just grew by the number of Fin Bros watching this stream right now, who are all going to sign up in the hopes of getting a girlfriend who's okay with having another girl in bed.
Students outside of the professional, or excuse me, the academic skills you get within a major. We focus on helping students get ready for the professional workplace through training on
Stonks.
thinking, resilience, emotional intelligence, and so on. So we're very proud of these innovative programs.
Threesomes scare me. I don't want to disappoint two women at the same time.
Contribute most to the greater York community.
Thank you so much for that. This is a really great conversation on workforce and education.
Bisexual dating apps are pure bullishness. Bisexuals seem like hedging options.
Once again, I find myself
I don't-
wanting to comment, so this is, it's really remarkable.
Is there,
word that comes to
well,
mind is mindful.
that would infer that there was risk one way or the other.
Focus on developing people and developing opportunities for them. Jesse, you pointed out that it's
How does any of this sexuality talk affect the market? What do you think JPOW feels about all this talk?
openings for every
Well, he's,
unemployed person. We have what appears to be a
he's talking.
labor shortage and lots of opportunity. So our main part in all of this is
About boosting easily automatable jobs and producing frivolous durables.
when you have a sustained, the record is clear, a long period of sustained labor market conditions, lots of good things happen. You get real wage increases. You also get things like broadly over the country, people are looking to find more people and getting them into the labor market, including visiting prisons and starting to work with people a year before they get out. So it actually turns out that
The risk is not getting laid.
longer and longer.
Interesting.
More and more of the wage gains actually go to people at the lower end of the wage spectrum. So these are really beneficial things. To have that, though, the record is also clear that we need price stability. Price stability is just a critical piece of bedrock for the overall economy over the years. So, and that's why we're very focused on restoring price stability and then having it over a long period.
Is that what the movie Holes was really about?
But again, this is a great time, and many of the programs that we also hear wherever you go in the country, where there are entrepreneurship programs and what you characterized as
When confirmed uptrend, 4280.
that would enable you to work. Employee readiness program, yeah, those really do seem to work and pay off, and this is a message that obviously it seems you and York have gotten.
My anecdotal experience, bi chicks are too jealous for threesomes if you're already in a relationship. Sauce, my soon-to-be ex-wife.
You wonder, it's very difficult for everyone.
After she finds out about your trading losses and leaves you, she's gonna go live with 2 women.
Kind of sweet spot. Am I seeing that right? It's unusual. I mean, you're just about the right size, right? You're that one bet.
Bring back $1 backed by gold. I want downs.
Right size, you know each other. You can work together. Whereas in
Did you buy gold at Costco this weekend?
urban areas, it's a little tough. That's really smart.
The point Keith made earlier about just being aware that he could get a job at a brand corporation like Harley Davidson. Jesse, can you talk a little bit about how city residents
Am I down for buying 2K GME shares just now? Probably.
what's that connection point for a typical worker?
Yeah, how do you break down that view that these are not jobs I want my child to have?
Yeah, that's a great question too. Just to answer that real quickly. So, and this is anecdotal, but I think over the past 10 or 15 years, we've seen a market change. That pendulum was swinging to 4-year degree and or bust. And I think it has to some degree, and I'm going around there for some confirmation, that I think it's come back to at least a little bit of a stasis around there are other ways.
Nope.
I still think that
No, it hasn't. That's an ignorant take, because you live in the middle of fucking nowhere.
4-year degree is still a hard thing to break.
Why don't you shut the fuck up and put another load in your wife? Maybe one of your spawn will be more intelligent.
County, I think it really does take a productive network of businesses and community-based organizations, economic development.
So guys, no, don't go to college. Come work in this factory we got here.
Boards are authorized under the Workforce Investment and Opportunity Act to run American Job Centers. Historically, we have just had American Job Centers in one building and say, job seekers come to us. For the past couple years,
It's accumulation, NW.
It's let's build community access points in 24 or so
And yeah, calls are accumulating.
city in rural areas. And let's
Maybe you should use Binder to find a thruple. Maybe you could use Binder to find another guy to plow his wife.
Another demographic that we keep our eye on is the ALICE population, right? The asset limited, income constrained, the employed. Well, if those individuals are working, they probably aren't going to come to our American Job Center during 9 to 5. So we need to, it's prohibitive for us to say, just come to us 9 to 5 in this building. We need to be out and build community access points.
If I do a third shift childcare, who's dropping their kid off at 10 p.m.?
We need to be doing English as a second language, workshops, courses on business premises. So we need to be out in the community more to make sure that we're serving that ALICE demographic and those that are on the sideline. So I think to that point, we can't just sit in one place and hope people come to us. It needs to be out in the community.
Have you ever met a thruple, Doric?
I want to be cognizant of the time. It's really around
There-
access to capital. This came up in a couple of places, access to capital.
Yes?
You know, the Fed has been really grateful for the work
No, they generally don't.
2021 cohort program in working on this issue. And I know, David, you mentioned Floyd's work at the Boone at Business Empowerment Center.
Oh, fuck off, smooth operator.
Some of the work you're doing there and some of the exciting things about the CDFI.
Sure. Thank you again for the opportunity. And as you mentioned, really, we are so thankful for the relationship with the Federal Reserve banks and the opportunity to be part of the Reinventing Our Communities initiative in 2021, focused on small business recovery. And we were so amazed and we took so much from that program that we applied again in 2022.
Are thruples more prominent in Portland?
So we're going for the punch card effect. So hopefully the next one will be continuing the relationship. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
No, they're not outpacing pets, but they're there.
To be part of that program and connect with communities across the country that are similar in size, similar challenges, really be able to
I don't think anyone's a staunch defender of monogamous pair bonding.
really the sense of camaraderie. And as we're all talking about today, collaboration. It's not just in York, it's not just in central Pennsylvania, but across our country and really supporting to drive that economic change. So through the ROC cohort in 2021,
They're trying to form an inverse Head and Shoulders. That's not really how that works.
we had great
That's just call accumulation,
county lagged
resistance, and then more call accumulation under resistance.
our other underserved populations. So looking at the opportunities to come from that of where can we really put our
majors do you recommend that aid in stock trading? There really aren't any that are focused on trading. Most professional traders are
entrepreneurship because many of
not known for their academic acumen.
a sense of passion and desire to help their community. So how can we empower them through our Bloom Business Empowerment Center?
Stock trading is just hitting buttons at the right time.
We launched officially in February of last year, and through that have been able to offer free educational for entrepreneurs in English and Spanish at a local community center, Christmas Addicts that we shared earlier, where we connected with Tatiana, who then was able to take the Johnny Lambert hospitality training courses and really help that be an opportunity to grow the awareness in the community. Through that, we've also been able to be a source for capital when we're looking at emergency.
We're not hitting them. Well, yeah, okay. That's
Not enough to go and pursue.
there is the zero option.
Emergency fund. So through the classes, we're helping entrepreneurs
Stock trading seem like SF6, kind of, yeah.
step into entrepreneurship and plan, but also support them through our Bloom grants, which are micro grants to support emergency needs, marketing projects, and for any other.
Sir, I recommend we deploy $3 billion so that we can create this head and shoulders pattern on the SPX. This will allow us to trade the continuation.
Bloom funds to
I have a bachelor's of science in finance.
starting at 4.5%.
The closest thing would be like financial engineering, but that's more of like a quantitative role than a trading role.
Really be that resource where
Like, trading at the institutional level is taught
you're providing the education,
on the job.
providing all of the information up front so they know what they are getting into, but also know that Bloom is not just a resource when they are in need of some other opportunity. Certainly through the pandemic, we learned when we were able to deploy nearly $30 million in COVID relief funding to entrepreneurs and nonprofits, that we didn't just want to be a reactive resource. We wanted to continue that relationship and continue to empower our entrepreneurs. So we're incredibly thankful to be working towards our CDFI designation in the future. And speaking of the great entrepreneurs here in the room, I would love to turn it over to Michelle from Lexington, Maine, and then Sandy from Fat Cat Brewing to share about some of their experiences through Bloom and also their incredible journeys as entrepreneurs.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me.
She keeps saying entrepreneurs, but then says they give low-level how to work in restaurant or hotel jobs. Did the meaning of entrepreneur change? Imagine working in the service industry in York, Pennsylvania. Ow!
Being a business owner in York,
Jesus
definitely
Christ. They can,
taught me so much.
can't pick up people's
Especially
voices, but the
back in
clapping.
2020, when everything was closed, I had to close my business due to the pandemic, like everyone else. But also during that time, a month
Smooth
after
operator
we were
rocking
closed,
threesomes
I
outside of
bought a
annoying me
fire
on YouTube.
at the building. So I also had to pivot through those things, and that was very challenging for me. So going without, going from a two-income household to now a one-income household was definitely a struggle. But through that, we have definitely made it. We've overcome, and I think I could speak for
Wait, what
every
happened?
entrepreneur out here that it's not about where we are, but where we're going, and just the tenacity that we have to keep going in spite of the challenges that are ahead of us or that we face today. And with that, I decided to do a ribbon cutting when I reopened my business, and Bloom in Downtown Inc. has been just a great resource for me and my business. It has opened up many doors and opportunities for me. I have been able to be at a platform such as this today, and other things that I have had the privilege and honor of speaking with other people, like entrepreneurs such as myself. I do believe that
Smooth operator, you talking about your threesomes on the internet sounds like my super fucking hot girlfriend in Canada.
create jobs and opportunity for people in business.
So what are you projecting? Like, no one asked you about your fucking sex life.
Able to survive, and being able to continue to have.
Let's watch the bid on XSP 428. No, I don't have a fucking girlfriend in Canada.
Tell me that
She goes to a different school, Gork. Yeah, she goes to a school where all the women are down to have threesome hot sex with smooth operator.
So it's been a challenge for her to be able to do her upkeep and her
It's the smoothness of his operation that really gets them going.
So a lot of people are definitely facing.
Like, has anybody ever been like, I had a threesome on the internet and someone fucking believed them? No.
Be able to get through this, and it'll be better on the other
Get fucked.
As far as the training, like I said with Bloom, that they have helped me as far as education.
How old is too old to go to college?
Helped me, and Suli has been.
I don't think there's a cutoff.
Asset to my business and just helping me to propel, and even being able to do speaking.
I used to be a model. I believe you, Dewey, CEO of Rice Bean Jelly Hole.
Audience such as this, but I am truly grateful for the opportunity, and I do plan to expand my business at some point. You know, right now I am in a small.
No one's jealous of your fake sexual activities.
But I would love to be able to offer a different variety of services, such as spa life services. I mean, I have the vision.
I believe him. Why would he lie to us? Because it's the internet.
I have the business plan, thank you. But just being able to have access to capital would really, really help me to be able to propel my business to the next level. So I would love
Damn straight. Why can't this woman be the CEO of GameStop? You hear what she's saying? I want to leverage up and grow my business? Ryan Cohen should be taking notes right now. No, this is Michelle. She's a fucking strong, independent female business owner who believes in growth and leverage.
Got that brewing company over in Hanover, so we're in the New York County area.
She fucking slays.
Challenges to opening. I would say COVID was a big challenge. I mean, opening is difficult anyway.
Bro, I've sex with so many girls in the same room, and my penis lasts hours because I'm a porn star and a billionaire with a supermodel wife. Dork, enough with the humble brag, all right? We all know.
All of that. I ended up having to shift some funds that I was going to have contractors do things, and I had to do different things. So there's a lot of, like you said, pivoting that had to go on. But things have been great since then. I would say this year is a challenge with the continuing, I'd say the lingering effects of COVID. So we have inflation, we have expenses, shipping has at least doubled. All of my supplies, because of shipping probably.
You're telling me I shouldn't tell everyone on the internet I'm not actually a pigeon whale and that I have ran myself into credit card debt to call people pores? Yeah, don't mention that.
Right now, another thing that's really affecting me is the cost of money. I have a line of credit, I have a credit card, those things. I get notified like pretty regularly, about every 2 months, that my interest rate is going up again. And that's been going on for over a year now. So that makes it difficult, and I have plans to expand as well. At the end of last year, I was really looking into locations for a second tap room. But I really pulled back those plans, and I'm just hunkering down and sticking with this location.
Gherkin, double down on GME shares or two nights at Farmville's house.
Another opportunity in the future, but just not right now.
Neither.
I did get some help from the Bloom grants. That was very helpful. It allowed me to increase my customer base. Hanover is looking to be a trail town, and we are very near where the trail will come into Hanover. So I had, as part of the grant money, I used it to get a bike repair station, because we have a lot of bikers that use the trails, and it's right behind our building. It's attractive, and we have it on Google Maps, and you can see where it is, and we have a lot of use. Even without the trail connected yet, we have a lot of people using it, which is really nice. And I also use
Gherkin, I got stopped out because I was getting my cholo ate by 5 women. You believe me? Absolutely. I believe everyone's outrageous claims on the internet.
Help people go down the steps, and it's worked out very nicely. But yeah, I'm glad that all the support is here in your county, and looking forward to the future. Because after the inflation,
No, that's not how you spell it, Lawrence. You need to autocorrect that.
Thank you for another
These 3 hot neighbors just showed up at my door asking if I can help them clean their pool and also do them at the same time. Well played, Dork. I'm sure you accepted.
Figuring out workforce solutions and childcare. Really, I just appreciate you taking all the time here today. This is really interesting. I mean, I can take a lot of notes.
Neither of them could give a fuck less about anything any of these people have said.
So on behalf of the Fed, just thank you for taking the time to be with us.
I made money on calls today and have puts in the money. Do you believe me? Sure, why not? Is J-Pal best friends with this guy now? With Keith? Oh my god, did Keith and J-Pal just match on Binder? Yeah, see, he's like showing him the motion. And J-Pal's like, yeah, we could try that out at my hotel room. I was like, no, we already made a decision. Why are you still talking about it? Yeah, I'll just hold you up here and eat your ass. No? Okay. I guess that's the
SWAT
end of
team
it.
ramming down the door.
It's not Grinder, it's Binder. It's different. I was just trying to read their lips. He's applauding the balls for wearing a hat next to him. Not only a hat, but a flannel shirt. A short sleeve flannel button up. Bear call spreads on NVIDIA up here at the 50 DMA dumb. Feels like upside's pretty limited. What if I were to tell you that it's not? How would that make you feel? Sorry for providing that link. It's not your fault. It's CNBC's fault. The only host of the fucking meeting. What else in a conversation between two men could this mean? J-Pow clearly did this, so I mean, you guys can interpret it however you want, but I'm going with eating ass. How big was the fish you caught last night? That's hands. That's parallel though. His were cupped. He was talking about the 2 women he had last night. Kirk is 100% right. Thanks, Pterodactyl. You would know. This is how large my testicles would have needed to be to actually deal with inflation at the start. Oh, okay, maybe. But that's too many words for what he said. So when your tonsils are getting tapped, you want to firmly place your hands on the buttocks. This ensures price stability and equality for both participants. Don't don't forget about achieving your goal and your long run goal, Dork. Are you invested in Binder? Not yet. Dixie's almost at 107. All right, let's see what's going on here. Yeah. Put's still holding the advantage here, but calls are still accumulating at 42.75. And then... So it looks like they're going to try to squeeze out the 42.80 puts into the latter half of the day. Probably once they can get vol under control. But if Dixie doesn't turn around, I don't think they're going to be able to do that. Although it is running into a little bit of resistance. It's kind of having a hard time breaking up through 106.90. Yeah, yields are absolutely fucking ripping. That's what I'm waiting for, Dork. Another one? All right. That's too wide. Hold on. Ow. Fuck. Oh, I had VIX open twice because I had the meeting up. What do I want this to be? Gross. Okay. I kind of want to watch Tesla and... Hmm. All we need is volume in any direction, right? Pretty much, yeah. We'll see if futures bounce off. The most likely thing to drive any kind of price action here is going to be, however, this consolidation at 4,300 breaks, right? So if the consolidation here breaks up, we'll probably get close to testing like 295 again on SPX. Well, I guess we'll just use this. So like 43.20, maybe 43.30. If this breaks down, that opens up quite a wide range. 42.75, maybe even like 42.65, 63. How can I join the Dillionaires? I think it's like an option on the... There's a link in the description, I think. What's the chance of overnight pumping back to 42.90, 4,300? We might just do that today. Sorry, Billionaires is full. Wouldn't 5-year at 5%? We're still a ways off from that, right? 5 years at 4.71 right now. How do yields affect the market? Is that a real question? Like, I don't, are you fucking with me? Or is it serious? If it's serious, I'll answer it. This level is a fortress on ES. It's resistance on ES. I wouldn't say it's a fortress. We've broken it before. How can you answer that without hours of discussion? I mean, there's simple explanations. I just want to know if he's like, it's hard to tell with de-engineer. Usually he's just being a prick. Sometimes he's serious. XHB has been dumping for about an hour. Nice. Can you set a /S for serious? Money costs money to get more money. Rate costs more money. Wait, money costs money to get more money. Rate higher costs more money. Finn? That's a terrible explanation, Poopy Pants. That was my goal. We're about to lose 4264 or what? We could. Or we could break up from our descending consolidation. I'm glad COVID relief money went into a dating app. It's important to find companionship. I totally know how it works, but I want you to explain it, just to see if you know too. So, I mean, first off, the rate of return of yields currently on several of them is in excess of the S&P earnings, the projected earnings yield for the S&P 500, which means that higher yields make bonds more desirable. And stocks are typically discounted at the risk-free rate of return, which is like the 10-year yield, generally speaking. And so as that yield rises, it lowers the current value of future cash flows, and that can lead to lower stock prices. It also affects currency markets. So investors are more likely to invest in the currency of a country with higher yields. And that can lead to an appreciation of currency, which can then negatively impact multinational corporations that transact business in non-dollar denominated transactions. Yeah. And that can affect their profitability and their margins. Apple, for instance, like 60% of their total sales are not domestic. And so if the exchange rate to one currency versus the dollar is negative, they would lose profitability conducting business in that currency. This is getting pretty blown out, Dork. There are no calls down here. Not yet. There's actually a few. They're starting to pick up some calls at 60 and 65, but it's the put interest is way higher. That's a fair amount of 4250 interest. Yeah, there's quite a lot. Do you think those puts are largely sold? Yeah. Some of them aren't, but a lot of them are. $4,300, $4,315, $4,325, and $4,350 all are still carrying a pretty decent amount of Vega risk. How often do you think about the Roman Empire? Never? I don't know. I guess if it's like a current topic of discussion, but you just mean like sitting around thinking about it? Who the fuck does that? It's a meme? It's a stupid meme. It's a dumb TikTok thing. Are there like large quantities of people sitting around thinking about the Roman Empire? They wiped their ass with communal sponges. I don't think I've ever wiped my ass with a sponge. If you were on a commercial flight and both pilots were hurt, do you think you'd be able to land the plane and save everybody? No, but I would try to jump out of it before it hit the ground. Petition AJ changes his name to Communal Sponge. That's funny. You can take a parachute as a carry-on in a commercial flight? Wait, can you? I would definitely do that and hope I didn't get sucked into the jet engines. Can you stop sending me Fred requests on TikTok, please? No, sorry. You can't breathe if you jump at 30,000 feet. I mean, you don't jump at 30,000 feet, right? You wait for the plane to be actually going down. Ideally with the front part facing away from you. A parachute won't save you from jumping from a fall at 30,000 feet. Okay, again, you don't jump out of the plane when it's at cruising altitude. No, that's the trick, Sahib. You try to jump out of the plane right before it hits the ground. It's like trading. You just need perfect timing. My last fivesome was at cruising altitude. So hot. Maybe as your second item, you could bring one of those, like suction grips, like a pair of those suction grips. So you can grip yourself to the outside of the plane and kind of walk yourself to an area where it's safe to leap without getting hit by any of the wings or sucked into the jet engines. I feel like Tom Cruise could do it. I could do it too. You still have a greater chance of survival than you do if the plane hits the water or the ground. Why would I try to land the plane when I can try to jump out of it, though? You know, it would suck if I jumped out of the plane and then someone else landed it. Just jump from the back door, but that's not behind the tail of the. You still get. You jump out and just right into the tail at 500 miles an hour. Duck. I bring a Dan as a carry-on just to land on them. Realistically, you get into the checked luggage area and hop out below. That's smart. I'd probably rather get smashed into red atomic mist in a cheap submarine because it's just instantaneous, right? If you get sucked into a jet engine, there's at least some period where your thought process is, holy fuck, I'm being sucked into a jet engine. I don't know, DB Cooper. You still have a parachute. Ideally, parachute. I didn't know you could bring a parachute on board with you. This changes all of my packing. Kind of want to be slathered in wet food and eaten by kittens. At least you'd be giggling at first. Thanks for weighing in, Squamsk. If your car facing an imminent head-on collision with a large truck, you stand a better chance of survival by speeding up than by braking because of the increase in your kinetic energy. I thought you were supposed to don't you like pull the e-brake and then turn the wheel as hard as you can in the direction where you're not sitting. That way when the truck hits you, you spin out. I thought that was true for like all head-on collisions. You create like a path of least resistance for the energy transfer. That's what you should do in your car. It's black ice. Steer your car so you don't hit the other one. Always works for me. It's black ice. QCS go as far as 4,300 or just 4,295. I think we'd be kind of lucky to get like 4,290 here. Why is black ice worse than white ice? Well, black ice isn't black. It's just that the surface of the road underneath it is black. I'm not going to give you the answer you want. It's not racist because ice doesn't have a fucking ethnicity. I think it comes from Elon Musk making the comparison between the US and the fall of the Roman Empire. I could be wrong. Well, don't worry, Elon is. Watch yourself, Girk. I'm starting to feel like I'm in my job's group chat. What's the best thing to do if you're in a situation where you're about to hit vanilla ice? I hate the financial markets. Things look so bearish, but a call hedge seems to be the play right now. Well, having a call hedge is a good thing. But the downside is quite aggressive. And there's still room for it to drop more. Ooh. Yeah, QQQ's not quite as bearish today. What strike are you getting for your TLT 2025s? I have a bunch of like calendar spreads. I think right now I have everything I have is like 95 to 120 on the long side. Although if it goes below 85, I might pick up 90s also. If it's a call hedge, why would you care if it gets saved? Mm, you want to think of selling $5 puts? October $5 puts? It feels like a bit soon, right? November's? Okay, that might be better. It might be some support at 465. The OI for 450 is nuts. Yeah, but are puts really worth it? Like, there's just as good a chance it falls back to like 4 or something, right? If China doesn't do anything, energy is gonna slump. What's with the OI on Jamie Jan 19? 127.50 C strike? Probably volatility hedges. Is that top of the chain? I think it is. Can you give me an update on why we're going down? Because people are buying puts. Lots of puts. It's kind of cool. I wish tech would fucking die, but it hasn't done that yet. Somehow ES is down 55 BPS, but NASDAQ's still up 13. Russell's getting slaughtered. Are you selling put spreads to buy calls on a pump? I don't really have any calls. I might get one later. If we start to break away from some of this put interest and I see some VIX shorting, like right now. I might consider a call. All right. Yields are starting to fall under 200 BPS. The 10-year is still up 200, but the 5, 20, and 30 have slipped. Interesting. It's a little higher than Wednesday's low, but not much. Fidelity's pissing me off today. Why? What did they do? Look at that smirk. Scheming hard as fuck. Me? I'm not scheming. 3-6 doesn't bother us. You humble bragged about banging 2 chicks at the same time, so I asked you some facetious questions, and then you got all butthurt and doubled down. Ban. I started my transfer out of Fidelity on Friday after market. I'm tired of it locking up. Yeah, that's been a big problem lately. But I think there've been a lot of data outages. Like we had one earlier. And that was like every platform. Think about leaving Fidelity. Maybe IBKR. IBKR is pretty good. I mean, if you have something like we had today, where CBOE just stopped or Opera stops pushing data, then everyone's fucked, right? It doesn't matter if you're on IBKR or POS or WeBull or Fidelity. But Fidelity's had some of their own failures lately, which have been at very important times during the trading session, and extremely inconvenient. So many coincidences when Vic starts ramping up. Yeah. No, this isn't MOASS. Wasn't there one for IBKR a few weeks ago? Yeah, I think so. But it was like right at market open. I don't think it lasted long. Then they can turn to Stiegel's liquidity pools. I've been selling them as many puts as I can today. Yeah, Fidelity isn't very options friendly. Even active traders rough. Things like TOS, IBKR, Tasty, those are gonna be far more friendly to, especially for complex options, which unfortunately income strats tend to be. You're selling puts? You don't think it'll keep going down? I mean, it might. So far, that hasn't stopped me from selling puts. My risk reward is pretty well calculated, I think. You think the range on this is 42.79? I don't know right now. Uh, as soon as I update it or get an update, I'll let you know. I saw put spreads of the potential downside is strong. I'm not trying to ghost. I don't have margin. I'm just curious. I think even though the potential downside is strong, that they're going to try to reverse the price action because risk is compounding at a rate that is not sustainable. What have you been selling puts on? SPX. I've been selling them all day. I've sold them on here. You can see them. Gherk is the bull. I mean, I'm not bullish. It's just I, I see a lot of incentive for them to turn the price around. RSP is priced for SPX 4000. Meme 7 is priced for SPX 4450. Who wins? We're gonna find out. VIX is priced for the bull market of 2035. I just joined Binder and I already have a threesome lined up for tonight. These dudes are gonna wreck me. Congratulations, Grey Pubes. Is JPAL the CEO of SPX? Yes. Probably someone asked already, but is there a GME low price target? I mean, we kind of bounced off of like the January low, right? Like 1538, 1540, right around there. There are other resistances to the downside. At 13, like 1360 something and 1175. But it's still a ways away from those. I'm not butthurt. Still complaining about timeouts 20 minutes later. Who timed him out? I mean, I don't mind. He was being annoying as shit, but how those BPS doing? I bought a call, dork. I bought a call at what may have been the bottom. Ooh, my food? 1 second. gonna set a timer. Are bulls even trying? No, not really. If I have a feeling if they do, it's going to be very much all at once in an aggressive fashion. Thoughts on telecom? I don't like Dish. Um, I own Verizon and T already. What's going on with the Nasdaq? Wind correction. Yeah, Nasdaq's not keeping pace with the S&P. But there may not be one. I mean, put buying's still quite strong. Oh fuck, I forgot to set my timer again. Hold on, I gotta set a timer or something. Son of a bitch. Hmm. Volatility is really picking up a lot. All right, well, we're stabilized on ES 4300, and we're retesting the resistance now. So if we find buyers, this could at least push up to 4315, maybe back up to the high mid to high 20 range. And that puts us at like ES or SPX like 80 to 90. $70 and $75 call buying are picking up. Interest at 4,300 dropped off a little bit, but it still remains fairly strong up to 42.95, and call buying picked up a bit over the last 30 minutes. So we'll see if the call buying continues. No, AT&T, not T-Mobile. T-Mobile's arguably overpriced. 85, 90, 95. Okay, a little bit. So call volume currently outweighing the put volume. Still an upside gap at 73. We still got charm hanging out there. What do you like about Dish? Oh. So their total revenues have declined over the last 9 months. Not 12 now. A little greater than 800 million due to subscriber decline. Their long-term debt's reduced moderately, but not. They still have a shitload of it. 80% of their long-term assets are FCC authorizations and property equipment. Their increased capex led to a decline in free cash flow from 2.5 billion to 300 million. The bulk of the capex is currently going towards FCC authorizations and 2 billion in debt redemptions. They have 21 billion in debt maturing in the next few years, and then an additional 15.6 in long-term commitments, with $7 billion needing to be paid by 2024. 4.5 billion in debt needing to be refinanced in a higher interest rate environment in 2024. And they still owe 3.59 billion in closing out its Boost Mobile acquisition. So there's a poison pill built into the acquisition of a 3 billion in convertible debt, triggered and redeemable for cash if the acquisition were to fall through. The shift to enterprise service requires a sale of the current business. It's still trading at significant multiples above where it should be. Declining business models forcing move to enterprise business during a heavy debt maturation cycle poses both risks to the company's solvency and shareholder equity, as the need to refinance while spending heavily on capex requires huge amounts of additional capital. There's no guarantee that the private broad spectrum 5G will be online soon enough not to face stiff competition. Cash flows continue to soften as their core business loses subscribers quarter over quarter. The valuation at 10x EV to EBITDA is already significantly above their competition, all of whom are better off financially. And the comps I used for that were T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T. Oh, that's looking a little better, Dork. And they make your roof leak. Was that from memory? Mm. I wrote it up on the Discord at one point. But no, as much as I'd like to say it was, I have it on my whiteboard. Who are you just talking about? Dish and why it sucks? I hope that's sufficient table of elements. If you're a bag holder, I'm sorry. I know it became popular on Wall Street Bets there for a minute. Thanks. Yeah, the chart looks like a piece of shit. It's because it is a piece of shit. BlackBerry still needs to sell their tech to someone, which is currently the problem they're facing. Although, I suppose if they could, there could be potential for them. I want to see that whiteboard. You can't just see my whiteboard. Excuse me? Ugh. Well, we're at it. Can we check out that Dillard you're packing? I mean, yeah, just DM me later. I'll ship you some. What's the best video game you've played in the last 10 years? 10 years. God, they've all sucked so badly. The best? By genre? Actually stumped. I'm not sure. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, for RPGs, I was gonna say Witcher 3. Um... I don't feel like I can recommend any of the games I enjoy as if they're actually good games. Atomic Heart sucked. That game was trash. I didn't rattle off any fake numbers. Bag holder. You outed yourself as a bag holder, Malonzo. Yeah, like I like TFT a lot, but it's not a good game. So what? I don't care. I'm not losing money on it. It doesn't mean anything to me. You still expecting gains in a few weeks on Jimmy? Maybe. If they peel XRT back off Reg Show, it could run. The worry I have with it is that it'll run unexpectedly, like sometime between now and OPEX, and that would suck. Like, I like Street Fighter. Like, the games I've put the most hours in the last 10 years would be like Street Fighter, TFT, League of Legends, Magic the Gathering. Let's see, when did I quit? Yeah, Magic the Gathering. And then that's probably about it. And none of those are good games. Let me be very clear. Elden Ring sucked. It's fucking stupid. I'm too old to fucking run around in games and grind gear. Fuck that shit. Take that back about Magic? Why? It's true. Magic's a terrible game. Wizards has done everything in their power since the inception of the game to try to ruin it. I should say Garfield's done everything he could to ruin the game. Not Garfield. Who's the other one? Garfield's awesome. I'm forgetting the people's names. The other dickhead. Rosewater. Yeah, that cunt. Fuck him. Ah, that's nice. I've been out of Magic long enough to forget. That's a good feeling. Rosewater, same like RC. Yes. I mean, Garfield, yeah, Garfield kind of ruined it by not staying involved in it. Although all the sets he designs are awesome. What about GME calls for October 20th? Maybe good, maybe bad. Probably not enough time to be good. I don't know. It's a lot of risk. You think we could drop into the end of the day, or the Bulls get a foothold? Well, they're sure as hell trying. They've got some momentum, so let's see what they do with it. Yeah, I mean, the risk is that we run after OPEX, right? And then you don't have enough time. Debit spreads are a little better if you're buying early on GME and then just picking up calls when it actually starts to run. That way you can wait it out without eating all that theta loss that murders those positions. I mean, generally speaking, the best date historically for buying GME OPEX options has been the following OPEX date. So if you were targeting like October, you would buy November. If you were targeting November, you would buy December, so on. I don't think there's a holiday, so there's nothing to delay settlement, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that they're gonna take XRT off of Reg Show this month, and if they don't, like if markets continue to sell off, they'll just keep getting liquidity and they don't have to do shit. GME CSPs get at this price? They weren't earlier. Historically, I mean, from a technical standpoint, you would say probably yes, but yeah, I know. Fidelity's got a bunch of shares available. Have you ever played Gears? The first few. I don't like co-op anything or multiplayer games. Are we closing above or below 4280? I have no idea. Positioning at this point can change a lot. Puts are still very much in control of our price action unless we break above 4280, but in the money puts at like 4300, 4305, 4310, those have taken some profits today. There's still a big call wall at 4290, 4295. I mean, the call wall was put there to defend the downside. It just didn't work. Hmm. I mean, not a lot unless it gets near the money. I guess right now it's carrying some delta, but not a lot. It's like 0.75. I think if futures break 43, like 43.1175, we'll get buy volume. They're close. But they're struggling, and this looks really bearish for the rest of the week, provided data doesn't beat. Like, I think they're just trying to hold pricing as long as they can until they get more data prints. But we could lose a lot. We could lose a lot of ground on tomorrow's JOLTS data, and even more so on non-farm payrolls on Friday. Well, if we move towards the call wall, much more than we're at right now. But if we move if we move towards the call wall, then it would pick up delta. QQQ put's dumb to hold. It depends on how much theta you have. QQQ is probably going to have a, like, if things correct, QQQ is probably going to have a much more substantial correction. Tesla seems to be in a downtrend. Is the play finished? Did you enter the butterfly? There was a chance to get into the butterfly earlier. I picked a few up, but I also picked up some debit spreads because it just looked shitty. Actually, this is the same range as the butterfly. So I mean, the butterfly is fine, right? It's a yield. Um, it's less risky if you expect a downside move because it's a sold call butterfly. This is a little lower than where I'd want to enter, but you could do the same thing with your center strike at like 42.7 or sorry, 247.50, I believe is the mid-range strike there. So with $5 legs, it would be basically the same position as the one I posted last night, but I think this just looks bearish, so you could just take that into consideration. But either way, I mean, they both profit off of downside. This is the butterfly I'm told BBBYQ is going to become. I heard it's bringing MOASS for all of us. Those people are fucking insane. Hmm. What do they even pump today in tech? Apple, Amazon, Nvidia, Netflix, Microsoft, Meta. All of them are up a shitload. I can't believe Meta's still over 300. Well, now I'm gonna go look at it, dork. Can the Bulls push to 42.79? Yes, but not yet. Aha! Dork, I've located the call buying. There's still a bunch of fucking put walls, though. I mean, the OI, the like options positioning on Tesla was already pretty bearish going into this morning. Like, participants were definitely betting on the downside. And they got fucked. But, their assessment was correct. Tesla did miss on deliveries, but rallied on the QQQ pump. The US exporting its inflation by making the dollar great again is the most regarded ingenious move so far in this story. Just don't tell the Europeans about it. Zero DTE bullputs are giving me range anxiety and FOMO, and I don't even own an EV. I don't know what to tell you. Would you consider yourself a financial guru? No. Also, I thought the term was furu. After 3 years of this, I've learned A, I have no influence. And I've mostly not taught anyone anything. I've taught a few people things. And so I think that wouldn't make me a guru by definition. That's not true. Thanks, Daganov. I like to think of myself more as like a stock buddy. I didn't really hear about charm or fear on social media bubble until after you mentioned them. I learned to degen into zero DT contracts and to hedge. You've taught me how to beg. One of these days I'll take my shirt off for you, Grim, too. Just not today. Yeah, but God isn't the same as a guru. That's totally different. Stock buddy? That has zero punch. I'm not your pal, buddy. I'm not your buddy, pal. You're like a cynical clippy for the stock market. You taught us what stops are and why you should literally never set one. That's that's not accurate. There's lots of good times to have stops. It looks like Futures found some of those buyers that I was talking about. I thought you'd like that, Dork. What if God was one of us? Just a stranger on a bus? Why is God taking a bus? I never understood those lyrics. He wants to get a feel for the people. I go back and watch the OPEC shirt off video before bed every night. Stock God also sounds better than Stock Guru. True. Hmm. It is Eminem. Well, my face on Eminem. All right, that looks like a continuation. Does it still stop at 42.95? Well, that'll depend if they buy more calls above that or not. Bulls wouldn't give up after getting charm back. It could still be hard for them to hold charm. Remember, they're fighting the hedging of the entire chain by doing by buying 0 DTE calls and 1 DTE calls. So it's not really. It's a little tough. Am I sold 43.15C safe? Probably don't have to worry about them today. I'd be careful if we break 4,300, but at these ranges, I don't know why you'd be worried. Can't close any of this shit. Well, I could. I technically have a day trade available. I don't want to use it though. Okay. Call buying's picking up. 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, and a little bit at 4,300. But the 42.75 puts are also going up, so we'll see who wins here. 42.80 is a big, thick put wall. Guru always gave me a cult vibe. Supreme Wizard of the Stonks is classy and distinguished. I like it. Archmage. 0 DTs are more powerful than trillions of dollars held in equities is the lesson I've learned in the past 6 months. I mean, they're really good when there's something to squeeze. They suck when there's no liquidity to support it, though. $42.82. The primary driver of HE stock price, covering shorts, has been the driver of most of the price since it bottomed after its dividend. There was a couple days where we had some at the money call interest that drove prices up. How do I link Discord with YouTube? It's in the settings. I think it's like settings and then you go to connections. And you link your YouTube account. That was an interesting sell-off on futures there. How far back is this going to pull? I guess it's not really restricted in any way. No, I would never buy a Cybertruck. Hmm. $43.05? Be like a little lower than the trend. I still think they're accumulating calls. No, I don't think the calls they bought are cooked yet. It's like right here. 42.68.65. Oh, nope. Slipped 43.05. That can't be good, right? We said this morning it would be volatile. We've had tons of ups and downs with data and without. Is there something about positioning or gamma that's driving this up and down? There's a ton of risk to the short puts by allowing price to fall, not only through their Vega risk at 75, 65, and 50, but also below their risk at 4,300, right? And in a negative charm environment, it becomes even harder for them to stabilize prices and de-risk. So if they tried to de-risk when charm's negative, they would push prices to the downside very, very rapidly, right? And so they're incentivized to keep the price above like 42.80, and ideally even higher than that. All right, later, Yaga. Looks like we may try to build out. Let's see. It still looks weak. It looks like they're trying to build out a bottom here at like 4305, but it's not very strong. At least not yet. Upside dead for today after the rejection? No, not necessarily. It's just that the future support is a little lower than the trend. I think they're trying to let VIX climb up a little bit so they can short it to drive more capitulation. They're not getting enough puts to close. They're not getting the out of the money puts to sell off in any meaningful way. Yeah, they're fighting against the consensus. These hard rejections on tests 4300, 4280, likely de-risking. Yeah. Although this one not so much. This one was. Like I think this test was. This test I think was as well, but this most recent one, I don't think this was de-risking. I think this was just put sellers coming in or sellers coming in on futures. Nice, adopted by the Dans OG. Don't worry, you didn't have to add the OG. The other guy's just adapted. He's adapted by the Dans. It's not nearly as cool. Some guy James, I just missed this. Sorry, man. Welcome to Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. Connor Robinson, it definitely makes you a guru. How? Oh, that's not good. It took me 5 hours to count just boxes in one warehouse, and I gotta log it all, count lids, go to a second warehouse. This is why I'm leaving. Fair enough. Don't worry, we're gonna fight for every $5. Are we? It's still above 4,300, I guess. Although that trend is way shittier. You're gonna have to leverage up a lot to the end of the day to gain any ground here. Interesting. So it blew my fun money, and I have to just sit and watch my long dated puts go up in value. Sigh slash serious. I'm sorry to hear that, Russell. Were you at date night at Kava on Saturday? I was just trying to see if Gaff was home. Gaff lives at Kava? I assume so. I mean, it's not like he's gonna go home through the flooded transit system to New Jersey, right? Gaff is Kava's chatbot. Hmm. Well, they got Vix back at 18. They need to short the fuck out of this if they expect to get any kind of capitulation. Not a good day for banks. Yeah, no shit. Was 290 too far out of the money for meta 10-6? Probably. Ugh. You're gonna get timed out again, Bob. BAC and Wells Fargo look robust and strong. Best banks. Best banks the world has to offer. You want to guess what the top losers on my watch list are for banks? I'll give you a hint. It's Wells, Wall, BAC, PacWest, and USB. Remember, if I recall, someone mentioned these names back in March. Yeah, I did. Re? Did you say it looks like they're buying calls for another attempt to push? They have been, yeah. It hasn't been very successful, but they've been buying calls. The upside moves are starting to look a bit more desperate and volatile, though. We're really trying to turn this shit around. Excuse me. Just bleeding out theta on the 4265s, 60s, and 50s. Ooh. Going for a double bottom, Dork. Okay, Tom Lee. What's the OI look like? Bearish. They're not buying a lot of calls here. Not at 42.60. Their call interest is still centered around like 42.70, 75, 80. What's put call ratio looking like? I don't fucking know. By volume? $1.25, which means they're not selling a lot of puts yet. Some, but not a lot. $65, $60, $55. Okay, so interest falls off to the downside a bit here. Put buying's been pretty consistent throughout the day. But now call buying's taking over. Hmm. HE, Big Short, thoughts? Market's dropping. Shorts get more liquidity. They're gonna. And look at GME too. The Russell 1K is getting fucking slaughtered today. There's no way they let QQQ go negative. It's really close. VIX is still in backwardation. Dixie's almost at 107. The little push they had into bond buying already let off, and most, like the 5, 10, and 20 are all back above 200 BPS for the day. The 30-year is almost at 4.8%. YouTube's playing ads on your channel. It's time you monetize it and make them share the ad revenue with you. They do share the ad revenue with me. It just sucks. It's like 20 cents a day or something. It's just garbage. Hear me out. J&J completing the Head and Shoulders. Time for a bounce. November 17, 160 calls. Am I too aggressive or misguided? I'm not sure what the bull case is with the S&P falling. I mean, they've got a little bit of negative beta, but you gotta have more than that. Hit us with an ad, Gherk. You got it. All 4 of you without ad block. Boom. I mean, ad blood doesn't work anymore on YouTube. I love Culver's. YouTube Premium because I'm not poor. Nice. Maybe I should become a door dasher? Is it because of your love of dashing or doors? Your spreads, your beautiful spreads, are trying to smother them? They're trying to smother them. I know. It's okay. I probably should have gotten out of them earlier, but I was more concerned with my calls. Vic 1750 end of day. Interesting. Maybe. We'll see if they start selling a lot of puts. Do I have to watch the whole ad? I don't think so. Hey, Greek, I have to ask again. Any thoughts on TLT here? Too early? Yeah, I think it's too early. The Fed's gonna raise rates again. Are you still in HBM? Yeah. Copper prices haven't gone up substantially. Do we all have the same ads? I had Culver's and American Family Insurance. And you'll just get ads based on whatever Google determines as your things you're interested in. TLT gonna go down more before it goes up? Probably. People's always asking me, what's moving stocks today, and what are the winners in our new normal? They need to find a pickle-themed YouTuber to answer these questions. My ad was for penis enlargement and decurving treatments. Yeah, I've seen it. It's shit like a question mark. Lowercase question mark, if that's possible. Yeah, ad for pickles and help against gambling. Those both seem useful. I want another ad. Wait, there's ads. I turned off personalized ads, and I think it gives me ads it knows I'll hate. Maybe. The candy cane was left standing up in your car. Fuck you, dork. If 4260 breaks, is 4250 on the table? Yeah, or lower, right? Because VIX would rocket if that happened. Like the stream, folks, 53%. You guys could do a little better than that, right? I know slightly more than half of you don't hate me. I got one on how to be ruggedly handsome, like the YouTuber's channel I'm watching. Nice. Was it a like skincare routine? Thank you, smooth operator. I didn't even unlike after the trifling timeouts. They weren't trifling. You earned them. Oh, Dork got him again. That's a trifling timeout. $53% is our options winning percentage. I mean, if that's true, that's amazing. If I've gone out and found 600 random people on the internet and taught them how to win at a rate greater than 50% on options, I'm the best. So not true, I know. 53% is my max. Oh shit, my food. My timer went off and I didn't even I'll be right back. Seriously, they fucked it up again? That's what I get for leaving. He went to deal with his food, print his positions while he's gone, and unprint them the moment he comes back. Perfect. Jesus Christ. What's up, Taco Man? I'm using my standing desk at work for better Apple Watch stats, and it doesn't even register. It's still nagging. It's time to stand up. I have a standing desk. I just realized how many spreads you have open. I could open more. Buy calls for me, Pickle. I have one. $285.62. What indicator are you using for Meta and Tesla? I'm not? That's my Tesla chart. And, the fuck is going on there? Well, it crashed. So I'm really not using anything. Can I label this? Nope. Any idea on where we closed today? Yeah, this is like, actually, it doesn't say sour, it says bear. Do you think they can get 4,300? No. BRBS Bank just failed? Who the fuck is that? Blue Ridge Bank shares? They're worth $60 million. What do they have, like one fucking location? Not anymore. What's the best brokerage for legging into spreads? I mean, you're not going to be able to do that on the sell side unless you have enough money to sell naked on SPX. But provided you do, any of the ones that are more designed as trading platforms, so like IBKR, TOS, WeBull, Tasty, they're all kind of fine for that. If you own one, you can sell one, but if you sell one, you have to if you sell first, you have to have enough to sell, like enough margin to sell naked on SPX. Thanks, Roy. I appreciate it, man. I'm glad you're learning something. Or you bought the long leg, then sold the short leg? That works at most brokers, yeah. You shouldn't run into any problems with that. I prefer for today that SPX leaves that space unexplored. I have all the time in the world for SPX to explore that space. I'm crazy over leveraged in cannabis stocks. I need a baby pump. Pray for me. All right. Steep correction, no crash. PT for Tesla. Hmm. I think a return to like 100 is reasonable. Does Warren Buffett's advice of being greedy when everyone is fearful not apply here? Not really. Is everyone fearful? I mean, the market's at 4,200. It's not really fearful. It's not be greedy when everyone's moderated their exuberance. You smell like fear. You smell like fear and bipolar bear. Good job. Hmm. Man, how's China going to save the yuan? By buying more US treasuries? If they do that, that'll pump the markets. It did last time. With money, they can just print it like we do. Yes, I think the second largest central bank in the world could do that. NW. I think they could buy at a greater rate than people are selling. My coworker said that he cashed out 60K from AMC and Bobby. Dude doesn't even know about Greeks. Should I believe him? He's probably telling the truth. Popcorn Traders lost $60,000. He doesn't know about Greeks. Not true. One of my high school girlfriends was Greek. Hot, but hairy. Just like you. Japan sells all of its treasuries to China, then pegs to the dollar. Japan gets to take over the US and China same time. Opa. But he said he made money. All right. Ask him why he paper-handed like a bitch, then. I don't know what you want me to say. Guys on Wall Street bets don't know what Greeks are, and they fucking make money all the time. They lose it immediately. Ask him how much of that money he still has. GME run to 24 coming soon. What gave it away? Well, that definitely would have. What happened to Kendro? I miss his daily Ko-Fis. He got pissy because Fluffy timed him out, and then he left. I mean, the channel's already shadow banned for like the next 20 years. Jimmy has one historic resistance left. That's not true. There's a few. Then it's back to 5 fast, but he said he bought a condo with the money. With 60 grand? That's like less than my car. Using a porn star's name, how fucked are the pumpers today? What? $10.20 debit spreads with 0.2 delta without risking 100% of the premium. What, would you roll the position? Probably, yeah, if I wanted to maintain an upside hedge. Down payment? That's not a, yeah, but that's not like ownership. You know, Dork, there's some fucking creepy gifs with our face on it. That one's really up there. Dude told me to buy Riven on Friday and said it would dump. I said it would dump. Who's smarter now? They beat on their deliveries too, I think. Thoughts on Deviant? It's down at 45. I kind of averaged down, but I'm probably too early. It's more exposed to nat gas prices, but it's, I mean, it's not at a bad price right now. Just know that it's not like, it's not a pure like crude play. Did someone ask for a creepy gif of your face? I've got a stash. I have thousands, man. It's awesome, actually. Did you average down your NVIDIA 200p's more today? I did. No, I'm not. I'm trying very hard not to buy more puts on NVIDIA. It's more of like a life goal. What's a conviction buy from Goldman mean? They like it a lot? What are pumpers targeting here? I don't know. They've got a bunch of calls at 275. It looks like they gave up on their 295 call wall. It's going to be really hard for them to get it over 280, but if they can get the puts at 280 to capitulate, then we could end up here. If they can't, then we'll probably end up down here. Interesting. I bought this $6 million house with 1% down and 1K a month payments and a 1-year adjustable rate mortgage that balloons. Well done. Don't look at me like that, dork. You'll be convicted if you take their advice. That seems excessive. They're going to need to sell a lot more puts than that if they want to get the price up. What data do we have tomorrow? We have jolts. It's a good reason to pump, right? Oh, but it's after market open. We have the red book in the morning. And Bostic is speaking at 8 o'clock. Bostic's going to be like, I don't know why we have this monetary policy. This is ridiculous. We should just accept 5% inflation and print some more money. At what price would you re-enter? Oh. Is never an option? $35. Or 15. Ooh, between 35 and 15. Whenever our value investing stops talking about it. Our dividends. Do you remember where you were when the DTCC committed international securities fraud? Yeah, I was here. I don't think the pumpers can fight Dixie and yields. It's tough. Is value investing talking about Campbell's yet? Probably not. Value investing, isn't that subreddit more concerned with like growth stocks? They don't talk about value plays. I believe that. It's just like Wall Street bets, but like instead of admitting they failed, they're like, no, it's okay. I'm holding this for 20 years. I don't care about the near term price. I'm just DCAing. Yeah, everyone wants PayPal to be something. That's the real bear case on PayPal. When does the stablecoin known as Meta lose its $300 pegged price? Could be a while. That's what I tell myself. What was the name of that subreddit again? If I were funny, could you laugh? Maybe. When market realizes that it's dead, like in that Ome Wamo Shideneru anime meme thing. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Did you see the Meta VR where it copies you exactly in VR? Now we can all virtually hang out in your Jersey estate. No, you can't. I'm not going to upload it to the metaverse. Is my $140 Jan 19, 2024 meta put going to print? It could, although it's unlikely. When do we stop being range bound between 4260 and 4330? End of next week, maybe? I don't know. If bonds keep going up like this, we'll probably move substantially lower by the end of this week. But there's definitely a desire to bleed as much theta off of the Vega risk as possible. Which is very interesting. Did they sell puts at fucking 4280? You should upload it to the metaverse and charge people $45 an hour to hang out in it. With me or without me? Do I charge more if I'm there? It feels like an Airbnb. Like the same level of inconvenience as if I like Airbnb'd my other bedroom. The year is 2033. All you want to do is play Beat Saber, but Meta's making you upload your retina and it seems sketch, but you really want to play Beat Saber. They do this on purpose. They know me and my wife review our finances every quarter. We have plenty of money, but I know we're going to spend a good hour going over how bad the port looks. You know, you could hedge the downside, pigeon teeth. You think I'm gonna get her to co-sign my options application with my current track record? Is that necessary? Just tell her you need her to sign it for a field trip. Are they pumping the Mag 7 with options or actually buying? Yeah, most of the Mag 7 pump today is pulling back short calls. But they do have QQQ over VWAP if they can push up just a little more. Hmm. Future's kind of funky. They're really gonna have to pump the fuck out of this into the end of the day. Hmm. Meta, Tesla, Microsoft. Apple's not breaking up though. Google is. Amazon might not be either. Do they need them all? What's Nvidia doing? Ooh. Nvidia's the most underwater. Hmm. How high is the risk of a rug pull before a close? Massive. Now my coworker just told me that Nvidia is the most bullish stock right now. This keeps getting funnier. Have him present you with his bull thesis. Be like, man, I'm really interested in AI. Can you tell me more about it? Like, what does it do? And like, why are people going to spend so much money on it? Ask him if his cost basis is above 400. No. When he explains it, be like, so like machine learning? Haven't we had that for a long time? And then see what his response to that is. Would a sudden drop in inflation cause a bull market? Probably cause a crash. Where are you planning on finding your immaculate disinflation bipolar bear? I need hopium. I'm really stretching. I see. He just points to one of his 100 oscillators. I told him they haven't sold any H100s. And he said it doesn't matter. I mean, he's the problem. Do the folks investing in NVIDIA even know what an H100 is? Probably not. What's futures stuck at? Oh shit, futures just broke through the 1 sigma level. Oh no, it's done that already a couple times now. Futures pump? 43.20? Yeah, they want it. They want it. I think they want it pretty bad, Doric. Look at tomorrow. Yeah. Ooh, I think that's a little bit charm positive. Yeah, those puts aren't long. I don't know who's gonna win. But if they get that 4280 strike out of the money, the dealer is gonna start dumping that fucking hedge like crazy. So I have 300 there. 600 loss. 600. So 400 max loss. Ooh. This is fucking crazy. 10 minutes to go. I love the end of day. Hmm. I'm very careful not to pick up a lot of Vega risk today. Yeah, they're trying to pump really hard. Futures needs to break 43.16. 8 minutes left. Hmm. Jesus. They're aiming higher than I thought they would have. They're not getting a lot of foothold on those, like, the 42.75 puts, though. Although I guess if they do pop it into close, it'll stabilize. Oh, dear God, turd. Check SPX, bro. Japan conducting bank stress test and run on banks. Okay. The fuck? It took all fucking day, but I got out of him, Dork. I probably could have held him into close, but I'm not going to risk the failure. Day one greedy trade success. What a wuss. I mean, I still have just a raw call that I'm holding into close. And I left the 70-75 spreads open. Today's been nutty. Yeah. I could have made so much fucking money on that call. There's always tomorrow. We can only get better at this shit, Dork. You should have listened to me when I said they were going to pump it. I probably should have listened to you when you said that first pump was going to fail. But, you know. We can only get better? I don't think that's true. You're right. I'm already the best you can possibly be. Do it, close green, just 0. No day over day variance. We can have big downs tomorrow depending on the data, C-Mill. It depends on the data. If the JOLTS data is really good, like it's way down, there might be a pump before any dump. Gurk, my spreads are green and so are yours. Happy day now. Are you done with GME? I mean, if by done with it you mean do I still own way too many shares? Yes. You know what? I'm not done with GME, but I'm done with Cohen's bullshit. Feuds are going to be super interesting tonight. Are they? He's not my CEO, Surface Smurf. That's what I mean. I vote that DFV becomes CEO of GameStop, as it should have been, as the prophecies foretold. Only fake CEOs give guidance. You didn't know? Ding ding, the day is done. What a magical close that was. We closed almost exactly where I wrote MM earlier. Directly in between the two lines that the MM wanted to be. And look at that. No day over day variance. The market's actually flat. And VIX closed just at the low for the day. So everybody wins. What a fun one. Let's try this shit again tomorrow, I guess. Here we go on futures. Closed on the test of the long-term trend. We'll probably drift up here into this kind of neutral range where de-risking is actually possible. Going into tomorrow's data at 10 a.m. I wouldn't pay too much attention to the overnight moves. They're probably not very relevant in the scheme of things. All that really matters is the data coming out. USD JPY moved up to 149.81 today. Dixie flirting with 107, and yields almost across the board up 200 or more basis points, with the exception of the 2-year, only up 141. The US 20 closing at 5%. Really making the forward possible returns on high risk equities look super attractive. I don't think this can go on much longer without somebody capitulating, and it looks to be equities that will be forced to do that. The bond market and currency markets are much larger. So, I mean, continued bearishness, but for tomorrow, rein in any expectations. There's still risk at 43.50. Actually, let me go to the SPX chart to show you this because it's a little better. There's still risk at 43.50. There's risk at 43.25. There's risk at 15, and there's risk at 4,300, right? So 50, 25, 15, and um hey, look, we still closed in my projected range. Sweet. Um the they're going to continue to de-risk this or try to let theta burn it up as much as they can. Any bullish news, anything that could show weakness from the Fed, any Fed testimony like Bostic at 8 a.m. tomorrow that maybe sways the narrative or weakens the narrative in any way, I expect them to take full advantage of, although I don't think they can pump it, much higher than like 43.30 or 43.40 right now, with the interest that's currently on the chain. I would expect them to at least try to get it that high, and to de-risk more of their positioning. Meanwhile, they have to do this while working against the working against the bond market. They're not in a great position, but they'll try to maintain that position as long as they can. And if tomorrow's data is relatively flat, tomorrow will probably be much like today. If Jolts is really bad, we could drop. And if we drop, then, bulls are going to retreat probably to like 4,200, 4,225, 4,250 range. So that's it. Obviously we'll be looking for the market data after market open tomorrow to give us some idea of where this is headed. Anything in the overnight? There's a 30-year gilt auction that might soften yields a little bit, but I doubt it. And we have Red Book in the AM. That's probably not going to matter much. Although the consumer's weakening, so like last week's Red Book might be, we might come in under last week's. So probably not bullish on that. I don't think it matters that much, but it's probably not bullish. Thank you guys so much for hanging out, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Milkman D. Later, guys.